Okay, so people keep asking that I do the different type of black girls. So here I am. I'm just gonna jump back into it. So they all try to, when media play, they try to act like we're all her. That's what they try to act like. But there's so many different groups. We're not a monolith. Here we go. So this the ratchet black girl. I don't need to get into detail of that. Y'all already know. So the serial baby mother, she normally has, I would say, 3 or more kids by different baby daddies, can go up to 5. A lot of people think that she looks nuts, like sloppy, but she actually normally, when I normally see them, they always look pretty good, normally pretty slim or whatever. Her looking nuts is like the evolved form. That's like her in 20, 30 years. But initially, she gotta get more kids, so she ain't gonna look too nuts. Got the country black girl. She calls you sweetie, calls you sweetheart. That's okay, baby, in a way that makes you feel really good. Normally could cook really well or know exactly where to get some really good food at. You have the Christian black girl, the ones that, love God, fear God, super into it. You got the Muslim black girls. They have their own sub-community, things like that. I call these the bonnets. You'll see them with a bonnet in and around town normally. They normally wear this a lot, smoke a lot of weed, long-term boyfriend but no ring. Normally wear this like 98% of the time, kind of like really down, whatever, regular job. There you go. You got the bad and bougie black girls. So, and you also have the elegant high class black girls. Okay, so I have these two together because they're both really high maintenance. They both have a lot of maintenance, like they get their hair done, they get their nails done, they get their lashes done, they get facials, things like that. But they're completely different groups, okay? Like she can actually be a variant of her. But these girls are like trendsetters. Their outfits are normally like trendy. Their outfits are normally classic. They can go to a lot of clubs and hookahs. They can go to a lot of high-end restaurants. She can go to a lot of high-end restaurants. So they move kind of the same, but they are very different. So she can do like high-end tea, things like that. She's going to have more of a classic style. She's going to have more of a trendy style. So, yeah, these groups are both the same, more so in maintenance. But as far as, like, the way they talk, act, and the places they go can start to intermingle. But not the way they talk and act don't intermingle. They talk and act totally different, and the way they dress is different. Okay, so we have the alt black girls. So she could be listening to a lot of rock music, usually dates white guys, things like that. Capitol Hill black and the activist liberal black. Once again, these two aren't mutually exclusive. So let's say, for instance, she goes more the logistics way. She more goes like through legislation and things like that to get change. She's more so like outside on some Antifa energy, wearing all black, things like that. So they kind of have the same heart, but they're two totally different people, okay? Like she can have a lot of her in her, and that's not really her style thing. Or normally isn't. Straight up witch. I'm always surprised by the people that are beefing with her. Because I'm like, how did that happen? How did you get in a beef with a straight up witch? And I'm talking about like a straight up one. She's going to be putting sticks outside your door, casting spells because you said something or whatever, just straight up witch. Straight up witch black girl. Earthy black girl. This, she normally third eye open, chakras aligned, meditation. Sometimes they're vegan, things like that. This is her evolved form. And I say evolved form because normally when I see the older black women that were this, now they can play in community gardens and things like that. We have the serial entrepreneur. She normally has like multiple different businesses. When you ask her what she does, she'll give you a vague answer and then you got to buy her course. The course is really going to break down what she actually do. You need to get that. Okay, that's them. Military police black girls. We have the nurses. I laughed about this because they really have their own subset culture thing. They have their own thing going on. So black nurses need to be on there. You got the bookworm black girl. She's into a lot of books. It could be romance, mystery, or whatever you call it. We have the white Oreo black girl. So the ones that are really faithful to the craft of being Oreo, they don't want nothing to do with blackness. So they don't talk black. They don't have black friends. They don't date black men. They separate a lot from a lot of their black family members. Maybe only their mother gets to get in, if that. Because I've even seen it where they'll disown the mom, start to separate. But they're completely separated from blackness. They are black causes, issues. They are like fully committed. Just because a black girl doesn't have any ebonics or no, I say a little seasoning in her voice doesn't mean that she's this. But there's some that are professionals, okay? And then last but not least, we got the anime nerd / gamer black girl that sometimes cosplays. It is what it is. And that's it.
He also did kind of retire recently. So he's not on top anymore. That happened to a lot of men once they get to the twilight of their career. Females start checking out.
Wait, what?
I think that could have a lot to do with it.
You said that because he ain't on top of the judge show, she divorced him. Trev, knock it though.
Could have easily been. Could have easily been.
You know what I think it was? I think it's more so like the Tom Brady deal. You ain't at work all the time no more. You both at the crib. That shit didn't last long. They was tired of each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, as soon as Tom Brady retired and actually sat at home, he was divorced.
I think Ruth's screen is frozen because her face is still the same.
He kind of got bagged because he wouldn't retire. He was supposed to like retire and then he didn't. And then she was like, all right, that's it. She got with the trainer.
Yeah, man,
But he was at the twilight of his career, so. But it's a 50% chance of it failing. It's a 50% failure rate is the problem. If it was a 50% failure rate, and that's what we're going by, a failure rate, then most of us wouldn't do any of those things.
But why are we going by that? Who said that?
Why?
Yeah,
well, I'm just telling you that. I'm telling you that that's why it's a scary thing. Because that's what it is. It literally is a 50% failure rate in marriage, right? So it's a scary thing.
But it depends on how you look at it. Just like you can
now,
look
I'm
at
not
the way
saying
Marcus looks at it.
Why would I look at it like that? I'm looking at the numbers. It's a 50% failure rate. So it's a scary thing.
Married?
It's not for everyone. I am married.
Okay. Would you say
I am married. But what I'm saying is, so what we're saying is the people who are afraid of it, listen, if you are afraid of it, then you should be cautious about it. We can't approach marriage as we did back in the day. We have to look at it differently. You have to vet like crazy right now because it's likely to fail. It's a dangerous thing, and particularly for men because of the court system and how they're set up. It's not set up for us to win at all. Men lose everything when they go through a divorce. That's a problem. Well, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. So what I'm saying is that
women are losing that now. It's upgraded a little bit. The women are losing everything in marriages now, in divorces.
Not statistically.
And they're paying a lot of money.
Not statistically. Are you talking about anecdotally?
You can watch the statistics. The statistics are definitely there. They're definitely there.
Where women are losing a lot. Women are losing like men.
Oh, women are paying a lot of money. Yes, they are.
No,
women are paying a lot of money in alimony, paying a lot of money in child support, and men are getting custody of the kids.
That's wrong. It's still like 90%.
That is not the numbers don't. The numbers
That's not wrong.
Don't support
that's not
right.
wrong.
So
it's not wrong. I don't know what numbers you're looking for, but there's definitely numbers there that prove that women are paying a lot of money. I am listening, but I was still talking too.
You can't.
So, all
right.
All I was saying was I don't know what numbers you're looking for, but there is statistics out there that the numbers have drastically increased, that the woman is losing in the divorces. I didn't say that it doesn't happen at all, that men are not. Yeah, men are. They've been doing that for a long time. Since child support started, since welfare started, men have been set up to lose everything. But we're not going to sit here and act like that the women aren't either, because they definitely are.
That is absolutely false.
Women are not losing.
Absolutely false.
Okay, well,
Right.
Not nearly at
Here's
the
what
rate
it
of
is.
men. Not
Ain't
nearly at
nothing
the rate of
false.
men.
Hold on.
Ain't nothing false.
Hold on.
She's saying
Hold
that
on,
it
y'all.
happens.
One
I
mic,
think
y'all.
She's about to
Travis
bring the numbers up.
One mic, y'all. They cannot hear us if we all talking. So just one person.
Hey, Laura, look like you got the numbers in front of you, so I'm going to let you rock with that.
I don't even have them in front of me, but I know this. If we know that 70%
don't.
of divorces are initiated by women, right? When we know
Yes,
that,
they are.
first off,
being married for 39 years and getting divorced is wild. Like being in your 70s or something and looking for a new place and moving out and all that's insane to me. I feel like you just have to figure it out. But also something my grandma told me when she was married for 52 years until my granddad passed. But she said that the hardest time in their marriage was when they retired. So that is a serious thing. Like when you have your life and your routine and all that stuff, and then all of a sudden you're just thrust in.
What's the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have ChickfilA as a sponsor of today's video. ChickfilA simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today. It's go time. What's going on, family? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Jay's story to tell. Miss Sham Monet, Balance, Biz, Saint, Chanel, Mistaken, Pink. Me, myself, from Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Sundays. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Y'all good?
Happy Sunday, everyone.
Happy Sunday. Good to see you guys, man. Another phenomenal day. It's Sunday. Tomorrow's Monday, so some folks don't look forward to Monday, but Sunday is always a good day. It's mostly a rest day for most folks, but some people like to go out and hang out. Football season. Will it start next Sunday, Hank?
Start Thursday.
I don't keep up.
Thursday, yeah, Thursday.
You got the Chiefs. We got the Ravens. NFC Championship game rematch.
Okay, there we go. Well, it starts Thursday, y'all. So y'all be on the lookout for those games. So we're going to be starting a little bit earlier. So for those that are able to attend, next Sunday we'll probably be going early at 10 o'clock CST time. So we can go ahead and finish up the football season. That's how we do every year for all the new folks, man. We usually go a little bit early. Go ahead and get it out the way. Get some of mama's cooking. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and get the housekeeping out the way. Shout out to the sponsor, ChickfilA. Uncomplicated skincare for men. And you get 40% off. 40% off along with a free gift. And if you become a member, you get 20% off for life. So make sure y'all click that link that's in the description. And let's make sure that we take care of our skin, gentlemen. We also got the beard care on deck. This is a 4-kit system. We also have a 2-pack if you already got it going on in the beard department. But if your beard is struggling, patchy, not connecting, it's just not soft. Your lady's not enjoying rubbing her fingers through it. You might want to go ahead and get this Assured Man. This is a Lapeef and Sugar Curl collab. Brought you guys an excellent product to make sure that your beard is fresh to death. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. All right, Balance. I did copy that about logging in and out. We got Richard Reeves. Got Shawai. That's just how you pronounce it, man. What's going on? Angela Swift. Producer Third Son, Dale Matthews. Welcome. If you guys are coming in, please hit that like button and also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Feel free to share the stream as well for some folks that may be looking to enjoy this conversation on this wonderful Sunday. Everybody's looking handsome and cute. So shout out to the panel, man. This is an awesome panel. I'm gonna do a little bit of stalling, see if I can wait around for Balance to come back while she get the internet together. Anybody doing anything special today on this Sunday? Anybody?
Every day special.
Nothing.
Every day special.
Every day special.
Yeah.
All right. So any plans today, Saint?
Any plans? I have a lot of plans. I'm going to create some content and going out to dinner, just having fun with some friends and, enjoying this beautiful day.
Yeah, I think every day is for folks that don't have kids. I think they are a little bit different than folks that do have kids. It all depends on.
How you know I don't have kids?
I thought you said on the previous show you had no kids.
Yeah, you're right.
I pay attention. I don't just be up here just having conversation. I actually listen. So I don't know what you're used to, but you're not gonna get that on this particular panel.
Hey, big shout out to Saint Larice too. She got some dope content on her page.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I'll make sure y'all go ahead and check that out. Biz, you gotta speak for yourself too. You got some dope content on your page as well, sir.
I appreciate that, brother.
Everybody has a lot going on. So y'all make sure y'all tap in, man. Make sure y'all follow everybody. And let's make sure that we support each other. This is the right thing to do, man. It's the right thing to do. In case y'all don't know, I'm stalling a little bit for Balance, so we'll see how this goes. I'm not really good at it. If I knew that this was going to happen, I probably would have had Boston people tell some jokes or something, because I'm not good at that either. What's wrong, Sham Monet? Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and start the icebreaker then, man. She'll come in and we'll just go ahead and fill it in. They got an icebreaker. Did y'all see that thing where that lady recorded her HR conversation? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play that. We'll go ahead and react to it and get you guys' thoughts. The comments the comments just be so brutal sometimes. But this has a lot to the different generations of people. I know we got some folks that are under 30 on the panel. Yeah, we got some folks under 30, over 40. I think there's some people over 40. Yeah, there's some people over 40. I don't think we got nobody over 50. At least I hope not. Anybody over 50? I don't mean to offend nobody. That wasn't a shot. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video, man, and let's go ahead and get to it.
Okay, can you? I'm sorry, I didn't. Can you say that again?
Yeah. Hi, Tatiana. This is Shelly from HR.
From HR, okay. Me? No, I don't remember you, but what's going on?
Well, we had a discussion a couple weeks ago about your absenteeism and tardiness.
Okay.
Do you know what time you have to be clocked in at work?
6 o'clock.
Yeah, 6 a.m.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, on 7/18, you clocked in at 6:12.
Wow.
We had a discussion about that.
12 minutes.
Yeah, but, they're waiting on you to be there, clocked in and ready to work at 6.
Okay.
So your employment is really going to be terminated as of today, because also on 7/28, you clocked in at 6:21.
21 minutes.
Yes, that's 21 minutes of company time.
But I still work though. Why didn't y'all tell me that today when I was just at work?
Because I handle all the HR, so they wanted me to call you because we had that discussion, remember, about...
And that was the day that I let all right, keep going.
So you were also on 8/8, you clocked in at like 6:32.
That was it. Okay, so I let my cousin use my car the night before, and he didn't bring it. He overslept or something. He didn't bring it back till the morning. So like, I still made it though.
Literally like 9 days after we talked. So, and then on 8/12, you just did a no call, no show.
That was my birthday, August 12th. That's my birthday. Like, I already told you.
Request that day off work though.
But y'all know that's my birthday. I'm not.
Birthday.
No, that's fine. All right. Okay.
Everyone works on their birthday. Even I worked on my birthday.
Y'all too grown for me.
Well, unfortunately, I just need you to turn your keys in. And
I'll be there tomorrow, because that's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay.
Like, what? Like, what? What? No.
All right, man. Let's go ahead and talk about it, man. I hope it's not one of y'all daughters I played. If so, then no apologies. But go ahead, Miss Shamonde. I know it's your first time seeing. I want to get your immediate reaction to what you just seen played.
So I can tell that this job is probably not a very high paying job because she didn't seem very concerned with losing it. I think, oh my gosh, this generation, we even see it, I'm sure Mistaken can vouch for this. We even see it in school when it comes to turning assignments on time. They have no sense of timing. There's no, they do what they want to do when they want to do it. And it just makes sense that it would trickle over into the workplace. It's not serious for them. Especially if you're talking about a job and not a career. Now, I don't know what job she was working, but the fact that she didn't seem very concerned, it lets me know it was probably a job, not necessarily a career. It's just, this is a new day and age. It's not like when we were young and you were just happy to have a job and you wanted to do everything right. This new generation is like, okay, the bills will get paid somehow. Not with this job, I guess. And the fact that the lady, she was looking confused when the lady was like, okay, you came in 21 minutes late. And it was crazy. Like, she was just like, she thought she was right. You could tell by the way she was filming it, she thought she was right. So, like, how do you even work with that? She sees no wrong in her actions. It's crazy. Crazy.
All right, go ahead, Saint. I see you over there. Over there.
You know what? This situation hits home because as a program manager, I had over 130 kids and a staff of like 12 people. So we needed them to be there and be there on time, because it's a ratio. So I had and whoever she worked for is very lenient because I had a girl work for me. And she did a no call, no show, coming in whenever she wanted to, calling in late. And I loved her though. She had great, like when she came and she worked, she put in work. But, and I worked with her to try to be on time. What can we do? Like over and over trying to work with her. And she was just like, I just don't understand. And I don't know, in my time, if we were 5 minutes late, everything is docked. Everything is checked. You get written up for every little thing. And like she said, this new culture, they don't really care. They don't understand. I don't think they're foreseeing 5-10 years down the line. They're just thinking about right now. Like she said, it's just the job for her. And I've seen that a lot when people are all the way in the wrong and they're just confused. And the reason why they're confused is because they're not learning these skills. They're not teaching people skills in school anymore. So, and there's so many teens and they're even becoming business owners and entrepreneurs before they even learn people skills, before they even learn how to communicate, interact, show up on time with people. So that's what I teach. Actually, that's what I'm going to talk about for some principals this afternoon. That's why I'm going out to dinner, because I'm talking to these principals about getting my programs into these schools to teach people why it's important to show up on time. That's it. First thing in etiquette, show up on time. So that's what I wanted to share because that really hits home. And yeah, it's a mess.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go to you, Jay. What is your thoughts on this, man?
think she trolling, man. I mean, I think it wasn't an important job, but she's clearly trolling. You know what I mean? Any But what I will say with the younger generation, they don't fear their jobs. Like I think with our parents, man, like if they lost their job, it was like the end of the world. Dog. Like people was jumping out of buildings, jumping out of windows, jumping in front of like that was the worst thing that could happen to you is you lose your job. With these young kids, it's just like, yeah, I get another one. It's that fearlessness that loyalty to a company I think that they don't have. But in this situation, she was definitely trolling. I mean, she didn't care about the job. She has a legit way to pay her rent. And if all else fails,
Or she didn't have no rent.
if all else fails, OF is sitting there like, come on home.
Gotcha. All right, go ahead, Miss Taken. What are your thoughts about it, man?
I would say I think this generation they don't equate punctuality as something. They equate punctuality as something separate from the job itself. So it's kind of like, well, when I got to work, I did my job. I worked hard. You know what I'm saying? But not understanding that showing up on time is also part that showing up is also part of your job. And like Shan said too, I think part of the problem is the prior generation is to blame for the current generation. So if you're not teaching and holding your own children accountable to setting expectations for them to do certain things, like on time, things like that, meeting deadlines. And then in school is also not reinforced because now kids cannot turn in homework and teachers can't penalize them anymore for it, because they say that that's part of the behavior and not necessarily standards in terms of the academics. So even they're separating the two. So it's not a surprise that the students are separating the two when they go into the workforce. But yeah, I think she just hasn't learned that yet. She's gonna have to have enough losing jobs and consequences in order for her to then adjust the behavior.
Go ahead, Viz.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me? Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Man, I pretty much agree with everybody. To Miss Taken's point, I think that I can only assume that she's older than 21 or at least, but I think that she's just going to be one of those people that never changes. That's just going to be her. Every time that she told her that she came in late, she had an excuse blaming somebody else. So if you're at that age, especially during this time period in this generation, that shit ain't gonna change. She gonna continue to do that until she an old ass woman still blaming somebody else for her bullshit. So I think that is unfortunate and is definitely the generation before them their fault for allowing it. But I think that it's a part of the generation before us and with us being so caught up in the trauma experience that we now hold their hand so that they won't experience it. When in actuality, in my opinion, I think that builds character, as they say. So, I mean, now we have a generation of kids with no accountability. They fear no one, no structure, no hierarchy, whatever, however it is that you want to put it. And shit, man, if we don't get a grip on it, Lord knows what we're gonna see. So
Mm.
You want to say something, Jay?
Yeah, I'm saying, and that bleeds into everything. Like time is important. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm terrible with time, but time is, and I've paid for it. You know what I mean? Like being late, I've paid it every time. And even if you're an entrepreneur, it's terrible. You know what I mean? Like I know going to a barbershop and I got a haircut scheduled for 2:15, and I don't even start getting my hair cut until 3 o'clock. You know what I mean? Or I try to run out, on my lunch break or something and get a haircut or a quick lineup. And I'm sitting there like I gotta call out the work, like, yeah, my stomach hurt. You know what I mean? I gotta call out the work just to get my damn haircut because these niggas is mismanaging their time. And I'm sure, I've heard plenty like my exes or female friends, they go to the salon, they in there 7 hours for a 2-hour hairstyle because there's two people ahead of them in the chair when they were scheduled, they double booked. And there's no type of, and then they look at you like you wrong. I mean, what you want me to do? Nigga, have that chair be empty when I walk in here because I booked for this time. You know what I mean? I plan my day around this, like straight up. That bleeds into everything. If you're gonna be an entrepreneur, time is of the essence. Time is important. Like I've literally walked out of places because my barber, I was gonna have to wait like 5 or 6 hours. I've got a haircut by somebody who was trash at cutting hair and literally drove home with tears in my eyes. You know what I mean? So manage your time.
Hey, but Jay, I always say this. And I know we push this a lot in Black culture, but everybody is not an entrepreneur. Everybody should not be an entrepreneur. I just recently had an experience with a wedding. I film weddings and whatnot. So I just recently had an experience with a wedding where the coordinator literally to this day has yet to send me the itinerary. And we did the wedding 2 weeks ago. I call her the day before the wedding and say, hey, any updates with the wedding, with the itinerary? Oh, I've just been so busy. I'm this, I'm that. I'm going to get it to you. Still, 2 weeks later, I have yet to get the itinerary. And there was so many things that happened during the wedding that I had no idea was happening because I got no timeline. So, of course, I had to explain that to the couple, and it just looks bad, overall, because not only the couple, they don't even have the itinerary, but the vendors don't even have the itinerary. So you're in no position to even be taking money from anyone when you have no time management skills whatsoever. And God knows how her kids are. So, I mean, like you said, it bleeds into everything.
All right.
I've eaten Popeyes at a wedding. I said I've eaten Popeyes at a wedding.
That's wild.
On a space table.
I believe you.
On a card table.
I could believe it. I can definitely believe it.
Go ahead, Hank.
So I know we gonna put this on the young people. Man, look, you got a lot of women like this, period. I mean, I'm not just gonna blame it on this young girl. We've seen grown ass women do the same thing. Where do you think she learned that shit from? She learned it from a grown ass mama. She was late all the goddamn time to the Popeyes that she worked at. So what the fuck? Why are we not surprised by this shit? When y'all be late for y'all date, that's the same goddamn thing. So I guess since it's something y'all not getting paid for, it's okay to be late. Okay. Yeah, that's some bullshit. Because if I'm there waiting extra 15 minutes for your stank ass to bring your ass to the goddamn door, yeah, I'm gonna leave your ass at a goddamn restaurant. Leave right there on the spot. Look, she was so. Everything about that was bad. She act like you said the whole time. Just 12 minutes, 15 minutes. That's.
You're on mute, Hank. You muted yourself, Hank.
Oh shit, my bad. I don't know why she thought that was no big deal, but it lets you know her work ethic. She has none. Her parents didn't teach her shit. her influence that she had in her life did nothing for her. Her parents failed her. And so now she's going to continue to be a failure as herself as a young adult. And if she has kids, she's going to teach her goddamn kids how to be failures too. And the part where I think Saint said it, she didn't learn that in school. No, it's not for the school to teach your kids how to act and carry themselves and talk and do what they need to do. That shit starts at home. That shit started when they came out the womb. When they have some level of understanding, you should have been teaching your kids right then and there on responsibility, accountability, on how to treat people, how to be respectful, how not to be disrespectful. That started there. It shouldn't start when I got to school, pre-K, daycare, none of that shit. It should have started at home, and it should have been practiced in the school system. It should have been practiced in the daycares. It should have been practiced out in the streets. That's where it should have been. But instead, we put it off on everybody else, but the people we need to put it off on, the parents and ourselves.
Perfect.
I would have to agree with Hank on that one, because I hate when my friends be late. I'm like, meet me somewhere sometime, and it'd be like 30, 45 an hour. Oh, I'm so mad. But I think what gets me on this situation was she didn't even lie about why the reason she gave for being late, and she said it was like it was excused, like the whole birthday. Like, girl, what? She's like, but that was my birthday. Like, what?
My cousin ain't bring a car back.
As if her birthday was a national holiday, so they should have known that she wasn't going to be in.
At least some people know better to like Jay said, to lie about it a little bit. Like, I had to take her. You probably used another excuse. She didn't care. She was like, but that was my birthday. What are you doing?
She talked to her like she was the idiot. Like, I told you my cousin took my car. Damn. And he ain't bring it back. I know I have friends in management. I have friends in management, yo. You need managers that love to fire people. I have friends in management. I mean, they literally start dancing when they gotta fire people, yo. I'm like, what the hell are you so happy about? Oh shit, I'm about to fire a couple people. Like, they get revved up. You need people like
But you know what? This goes into it's kind of another subject. This is the only thing I'm feeling. And I thought about this last night. It's going to come a point. I don't know what her job is, but it's going to come a point where these jobs that I guess nobody wants, the jobs, like the regular jobs, like the $15, $16 hour job. I don't think people are just going to want them anymore. Like, who's going to work these jobs? It's really getting, like, they don't even care anymore.
And what
I tell you, the Mexicans y'all complain about. That's who wants the Mexicans y'all complain about. Then we be complaining, well, they taking all our goddamn jobs. Well, they took your jobs.
They already took over here. Where I live, it used to
get
be
your
all
money,
black.
my brown
Now I don't see no black people over here.
Yeah, get your money, my brown brothers and sisters. Get your money. Fuck these motherfuckers.
It's gonna start being AI firings. That's what's gonna happen next, where you get fired by a damn computer monitor. You come up, you pull up your you type in your password, load up your screen, you're fired. To get the fuck out. And you're gonna look around, it's just gonna be kiosks. You ain't gonna have nobody to yell at, nobody to curse out. Just get out. It's gonna be a robot walking you out.
Nobody to shoot up.
Yeah, nobody. You shoot up a robot. That robot gonna be fine and still taking your shit to the door.
Yeah.
Keep playing, yo.
I always say, if you're gonna be about 45 minutes late, don't even show up, or if you're running late, at least let them know ahead of time and let them know, like, hey, I'm coming. Or if in a professional setting, don't be late at all, because that's your reputation. Don't nobody want to work with somebody they can't depend on.
I agree with all that, except don't show up. Like, that's worse.
After if it's real late, it depends.
Yeah, I was
on
like, she lost me at the don't show up.
It depends on what type of thing it is, what type of event it is. Like,
an event, yes.
Yeah, in different situations, like, it depends. It depends. Now, if it's okay, like if it's family or friends and stuff like that, or if you communicate with the person, if it's a job, you communicate with them and they say, okay, I understand, come on, at least communicate with the person, Because
she's
my staff, I'm very lenient. Just as long as you call me and let me know what's going on, you know.
So see, do you see what I'm talking about right here? We coming up with every excuses to be late. Instead, well, how about we just be on time? How about we just stop this
We
bullshit,
can be
making
on time,
excuses
but
and
life
lies,
happens. Stuff
and be on
happens.
time? How
We
about
can
we
be
do
on
that?
time,
How
but
about
that's
we
just the
making
reality.
excuses while we on time? Are we early to work? How about, well, I'm here early because I don't want to be late. How about we do that shit? And if you want off, use personal time, vacation time. And if you're not feeling well, take sick time. Instead, we do the N-word shit. And we do this shit like what we're doing right now, making excuses. That's why we're so far goddamn behind. We're going to come up one day, hopefully. Praying for it.
Well, I just want to be very clear. Black people are not the only people who are not on time for work. Let's not make this a black thing, because
We don't give a shit about them other
And the
people.
girl
Let's
I
worry
was
about
talking
us.
about was not black.
Be late.
The girl I was talking about wasn't
Say it
black.
again, hey. Say it again, he.
Okay, why we got to do this? Oh,
Right.
White folks, they late too. Them Indian folks, they late too. Who cares? Let's worry about us. They not representing us. We are. Come on.
Well, I would say, with me working in HR for 20 years, I am going to say, at first I wasn't going to say anything until Hank started talking. I'm going to say this. I have talked to people that is 30, 40, and they are just like that. The only difference with this generation is that they have more audacity and they have social media to reconfirm their ignorance. So they want to show it, because it is people that I've fired that are grown, our generation, and they'll go home, get on the phone and call and revalidate. Yeah, girl, I got fired. I was only late for 20, 30 minutes. No, this new generation is just posting it now, but it's always happened. And it definitely comes from our bad habits passing down and not holding these kids accountable. But HR, oh my gosh, those type of conversations, you really do have them with grown people. And then I have some people that I know personally that when they talk to me about stuff and they getting fired, or I'll just tell them, I'm just letting you know right now, when you go back to work on Monday, they're going to write you up. They're going to write you up. You're going to get fired. You're going to be on a PIP because you've been late 4 times and you've had an excuse every time. Oh, it was Starbucks line. Like, and these are grown people. So,
I don't think that was a little girl on that video. I think she had to be about, she looked like the people that work for me, that she had to be about 26, 27, that she's grown. Like, they're adults.
Yeah, this generation just don't care to show their ignorance. They just gonna post it like, these people fired me. Let me let everybody know how this went. And we're just like, okay, and you think you still supposed to have a job? Got it.
Man, have y'all been in a fast food restaurant lately, man? Them motherfuckers don't care. They will walk right past you, don't say nothing. What Chick-fil-A is probably one of my favorite fast food restaurants, right? And this is solely because of the service that you get between Chick-fil-A and Culver's. And I went to a Chick-fil-A full of colored folks. Motherfuckers is ignoring me. They don't say with my pleasure. Like y'all done fucked up the whole culture. Y'all done changed it up completely. Ain't nobody holding the dough. You know what I'm saying? For you when you come in, come out. It's like, damn. Let me go on the other side of town, because y'all messing up the church's money, man. Come on. But
Chick-fil-A should run the voting
don't
line.
no more.
And I also think it's about the culture of that company and like who's running it as well, because the person who running it set the standard for that particular location. So if the person who running it is late, don't care, then it usually
set the tone
down.
for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chick-fil-A requires their owners to actually work in the Chick-fil-A. They're not like one of those franchises where you could just leave. They require you to have so many hours a week in your Chick-fil-A as a part of your ownership. So it's different when the owner is there, because you're messing with his money, and so he's not trying to play them games with you.
Mm-hmm. And Chick-fil-A is like religious based, so they're gonna make sure everybody is disciplined and on time.
All right, Balance, you got anything to add on to this? I'm not sure if you've seen the video. Okay. Better keep it moving. Guys, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef and Sundays. Make sure we hit the like button and also make sure you subscribe to the channel. We'll go ahead and get into this Judge Mathis, and then I got a couple topics on the back end, but let's just get into it, man. Since it seems to be a huge conversation in the space of media. In case you guys don't know, Judge Mathis' wife filed for divorce. They were together for many, many, many years, it seemed to be. And TMZ caught up with him recently and asked him some questions about it. So this was like one of the first videos that we seen of him speaking about what has transpired. I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip, and then we'll get right into it.
How are you today, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I want to ask.
I'm not good. Rather, it's the worst days of my life. How about that?
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I wanted to ask you, with news of the separation, how are you holding up?
Not holding up very well. I would say the other man. Maybe I'll be an example for other men. Cautionary Tale. Don't neglect your wife. See how many at the airport now, flying out, as I have for 40 or for 25 years. My wife has been third, serving the community, taping my show, having fun with friends. That's what happens, guys. Never be too busy or never have too much fun beyond your wife.
So I do want to ask, the date of separation is listed back to July 17th. Has this been coming for some time now, or was it something out the blue?
Well, ever since we started taping here in LA, I committed to staying home more and making my wife more of a priority. But as you see, I haven't. I'm still here on the road doing the same thing. And in terms of going out into another city. But I was gone for 3 weeks. That's what July 17th meant.
Would you say you two are in a good place right now, or able to maintain a friendship? Or
oh yeah, we're still in the same house and we're maintaining a friendship. And I'm trying to get my wife back. I have to show her that though. Hopefully I can show her while we're there together before, and hopefully she doesn't complete the process. But I'm changing in hopes that she will. I'm gonna get my wife back. How about that? Absolutely. I just wanted to eliminate all them rumors too, that it's something about a baby or even me molesting a child. It's none of that. I've just told you what it is.
There were also, kind of some rumors of any infidelity. Did you want to clear that up at all? You say it's solely neglect.
Well, neglect can create suspicion, certainly. And if you're gone as much as I am, you have every right to suspect. You go to work, you go serving the community around the country, then you go with your guys to sporting events around the country, you go to other events except without your wife hanging with you and enjoying herself with you. And so, yeah, she would have a right to suspect infidelity.
But there's none of that going on.
That's not the purpose. That's not the reason for this.
When I first heard this, I just couldn't really understand some things. He said that he was trying to make it work, but he was at the airport going on a trip, so that didn't really make any sense to me. He was saying a lot. I think Angela Swift in the chat mentioned that as a celebrity and as a man, it's like he was really talking a lot, and he was. I don't know if he's paying attention to what people are saying, but maybe he is. But he felt like he had to set the record straight to let people know that this is what it is, and he's actively trying to save his marriage. AP had typed this in the group chat, says, accountability at its finest. The thing is, from my perspective, women don't mind you doing all of that. They can understand your brand building and maintaining a lifestyle. However, you have to bring them on the journey with you. For 25 years, he's been taking this journey by himself. I'd argue she's stronger than most women. She's waited this long, lots of sleepless, lonely, wine-filled nights. So it was an interesting perspective.
That's the same thing I was thinking. Like, why wouldn't he? Because he was in Montgomery this past weekend. Like, why wouldn't you just bring her? It just seems like she's just lonely. Bring her along. That's one thing. People can hate on Marjorie and Steve Harvey all day long, but they be together. And that man busy too. But he be taking his wife.
Amen. But Shan, at the same time, though, there are women that don't want to do the traveling. They don't want to be sitting in the hotel room. They don't want to constantly be on the road with their man. So I understand when AP wrote that. I understood that, but that's not the case for all women. The other part of it as well is that she may have started off that way, and once she began to get lonely or whatever, being at home by herself, the kids are grown, they not in the house, maybe then it changed and she potentially didn't say, hey, I want to come with you type of deal, and he was just in that habit. Men are habitual beings. So if we're in that habit and we're used to you saying you don't want to go, then shit, it's gonna be all right, babe, kiss you on the cheek and head out the door with your bags. But the fact that we don't know exactly what's going on, I think that leaves it, it leaves it open to so many different interpretations.
That would be true if he only was referring to work, but he also said that he was going out with the homies, hanging out with them as well. So it seems like it's across the board. He said he put her third, like she came in third. So that means that there were other things. It wasn't just work that he prioritized. He prioritized other things over her as well.
That's fair.
And I do commend him for taking being accountable for that. Like, he seems to have owned up to it, set the record straight, said, this is, and it seems like this is something that's continuing to happen. Like, they've gone through this before and he tried to work things out. Now, I guess some things have happened again. And now she's like, you know what? I'm out of here. Didn't that sound like that's what he was saying? Am I the only person who got that from that situation?
Yeah, he said that's what he said when they asked him about infidelity. He was like, that's not what this is about. So he didn't say he didn't cheat.
Exactly. I think I put that too.
You know what I'm saying? She cool with the cheating.
I was just about to say that, Jay. I was waiting for you to finish, but so she dealt with infidelity as well. He answered it indirectly. He said, no, that's not what this is about.
This is about.
He didn't say no. He just said, that's not what this is about.
Yeah, nah, she not pissed about that. She pissed about her watching TV and seeing LeBron James hit a game winner and he slapping five in the crowd, or LeBron in the Olympics slapping five. She watching it on TV. I want to be there too. I want to slap five. You know what I'm saying? I want to get some of that powder LeBron throw up in the air at the beginning. Like, I'm sure that gets to her. I'm sure that gets to women, period. You know what I mean? Like, and in relationships, like, men, we're always the last to know that the relationship's over. That's why we deal with it the way we deal with it. Like, if you look at him, that nigga spinning like a top out there. People run up on him with cameras. Hey, what happened with your will? I'm gonna get her back. This shit ain't done. No, nigga, it's over. Your wife gone, nigga. She been gone for the past 4 years. You just ain't know. You was slapping five, nigga, tapping LeBron on the ass. Good shot, LeBron. You know what I mean? You was everywhere and she wasn't there. She was gone 4 years ago and she wrote it out. Now you're out of a relationship and you trying to figure out how I'm gonna fix this shit. We always are like, man, that shit hurt, yo. When a relationship is over and then she's gone because she left 4 years ago. Mentally, she was out of there. She's been on autopilot the last 4 years. You still thinking you doing the same bullshit you've been doing. You know what I mean? Like, I've done that shit. And then boom, she made like the decision that I ain't had a heart to make. Boom, I'm done. Hold on, what the fuck? You should go on the voicemail. Like, I'm blocked. I mean, like, I've been fired, yo, and I didn't even know I was fucking fired. Like, hold on, yo. Going on Facebook, all that shit. I'm fired. None of my credentials.
No, he knew he was fired. He just thought it was a game. Just like he think it's a game right now.
The only good thing he has what he said, which I don't really. He said they still live together. Like, nigga, please. Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
Nigga.
No, it's still a possibility that they living together. I mean, that takes some time to really kind of split that apart. But and we don't know about this situation, Jay. But I think that men do know. I think men are conscious of what they're doing. But I think because the woman allows him to be able to do it, they just kind of take it for granted. Sometimes men be like, I'm gonna stop one day. I'm gonna start to treat it. It just never seems to happen. And then usually a woman will check out
way before then. So he's probably been noticing. He just probably thought he might have had some more time to kind of get it together. Or maybe, well, we've been together all these years. But then once a woman gets fed up and she says, you know, that's it, then that's when that reality check hits. And it kind of hit a little different. Because I don't know no man that wants to lose a relationship. Men hate to lose, period. Men hate to lose women. They can have 10, 12 women. But whenever one decides to go the other way, it's a it's
No,
a
that's
problem.
a fact.
So,
Yeah, we said 10 to 12.
No, that's a fact. A dude will fight you over his fourth woman.
yeah, he'd be like, damn, like, I wonder what made her do that.
And you guys
So,
find when they're living together, you know, when you leave the house during a divorce, that's the abandonment, right? Am I right? Do y'all know that? The
say
person
it
who
again?
leaves the house, that's the abandonment of the house. That the house automatically goes to the other person.
I mean, I think that's like varies per state. I mean, right now, I think things got a little
It
complicated.
may. I know that's
Yeah,
that's how it
yeah.
is in Georgia, but you're right. It may be a state thing.
Yeah, I think it may just be a state thing. But I mean, no man wants to lose. A man can just be shit. He can just be treating her like trash. But the minute he loses her, it's like, damn, you start to think about all the things. Because don't get it twisted. Like, he may not treat her like she's supposed to be treated, but she do some things that he enjoy. And things that he's probably been enjoying because it's considered his norm. Like, everybody else is just like, you know. But that's just my thoughts on that, man. I think he knew what was going on. I just didn't think she was gonna push that button like that, especially like they elders right now. I don't believe I see too many people that's elders getting divorced. Do y'all see that? Is that a thing where people are in their 60s and 70s just calling quits?
It's a
Recently,
new
yes.
thing. They call it silver gray divorces now because there's so many. There has been a increase in divorce rates among that group. I think they're saying that now they're probably the highest, if not like right like neck and neck. They call them gray divorces because they're getting divorced in that age range now.
But you know, in this situation, it kind of makes sense because just think about it. The older you get, the more and more you want companionship, the more and more you want to spend time with somebody and enjoy life. You've worked all your life, you've done all of these things. When do you get an opportunity just to enjoy it?
And then imagine being with a partner that's not enjoying it with you. Everything you've ever worked for, and they're gone all the time, and you know, it's just like, okay, let me
like, we're still doing this at this age, like we
it'd be like, okay, time to leave, time to love myself more.
Yes. I mean, so that kind of brings me to the question, even the topic, right? The difficulties of managing marriage and purpose. Like, a man that's really trying to get to it, like, how does he balance that when it comes to his marriage and it comes to his kid? Because even when we talk about the whole Cam Newton, one of the conversations that was coming up is that what's the difference between a man that's working a 9 to 5 and a bunch of overtime, and he's not there with the kids? Like, what's the difference? And somebody highlighted, well, it's when he does come home, he's coming to one house where all the kids are in one house versus the kids being spread out, and it makes it even more impossible. And then the other argument was that it's a choice, right? So if a man chooses to get into his bag, into his career, is that something that should be done before he decides to have kids? Or like, how does a man balance the career, his purpose when it comes to marriage?
Well, I can't speak for men, but I always thought that a man is supposed to pursue his purpose first and then go find the one, put everything together and then go find his partner and bring him back, just from books that I've read. But I thought that
I would say generally, yes, absolutely. That's the case. I think as well, if the man is with the right woman, then they will understand that pursuing that journey of them on their purpose, following their purpose. So that'll make it easier on the man compared to a woman that doesn't understand that, and they're in more need and they have that demand to have more of the man to pull him away from his purpose. And then, of course, you know, that can get sticky on its own. So it's is one of those deals, in my opinion, that that you're ever an attempt to balance, because at every stage in a man's life, that purpose may change or it may look differently, so on and so forth. So within that relationship, both parties have to be on the same page to understand that in order for it to have the longevity.
Well, I was going to say, I think sometimes what happens is that people misconfuse purpose with career. Those are two different things. So when you're investing all of this time and energy in your career is not your purpose. It is how is your career leading you to your purpose? And if you're getting married and having a family, your purpose is your family. At that point, you have to prioritize that. So you can't neglect your family while pursuing a purpose that's outside of your family, right? So the part of it is that if he has the man and woman have had a discussion about what their purpose is going to be, both of them should be working in the same direction to pursue that purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to do that is include her in that. But what happens is you can see what people prioritize based on where they spend their money and where they spend their time. So if you're saying that your family is your priority, don't spend all your time at work, because now you're neglecting your family, right? But there definitely has to be a balance. And from the woman's side, if this job or career is setting him up for the bigger purpose, then the question is, how do we balance this? So both of, your family is getting what they need from you while you're pursuing the bigger goal for the family. And I don't think those are the conversations that are talked about.
Well, mistaken, I'll challenge that, and I agree with what you said, but I'll challenge that and say, often a man that's no longer in his purpose, his value in his family, and also his health is non-existent. Is not as impactful, because if a grown ass man doesn't know what his purpose is and he relinquished all of that, then that's when most men end up checking out and self-deleting themselves, because
Can you
it's now.
explain that? I'm not really sure if I understand what you're saying in regards to what I said.
So you said the difference in the purpose in the career. So let's say this is an average guy, right? And his purpose is to provide for his family. And the only way that he can provide for his family is by working 12-hour shifts with overtime, clocking 15 hours. He come home, sleep, shower, spend whatever little time with the kids and head back out. If he gets fired and he no longer can provide, in which for him his purpose is providing for his family, then that could be a quick slope of a decline in his mental health and so on and so forth, because now he can't provide for his kids. Or there's even situations where the dad will come home and he has no relationship with the kids, so now he can't even click with them. So now that's something else for him to struggle with. So I agree with what you're saying, but I think that it varies from situation to situation, of course, as with all things. But I think that is
well, just to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying a little bit. And I think we've had this conversation before as well, in regards to defining provision as money, right? So I think that that's part of the problem too. We talked about that before, and that when men are talking about provision, and I can't just say men, because I think as women we reinforce that too, as a society, that that provision only means money, just because based on the way society was previously. But now fast forward, your family, your wife, though the only thing that they need as provision is not just money. When you look at what it is that they need in terms of provision, like emotional, mental, all of those kind of things, that the financial part in terms of what you need on a daily basis is kind of at the bottom of the totem pole. I'm not saying that it's not important. Don't like try to, take my words and misinterpret what I'm saying. Finances are important. You got to pay bills. You got to, you just need money to deal with things of day-to-day life, right? Food, clothing, shelter, at least for your basic needs, right? But what I'm saying is when that only becomes the sole purpose of what you think provision is as a father and as a husband, that's where a lot of times your relationships with your kids and your wife end up not being the best situation, kind of like what you said, you always away from home. So the kids' relationship with you is strained because you really don't have the time for them, right? Or have the time for your wife. So, you need that interaction in order to maintain a connection with your family and, with your wife and your kids. So maybe Monday through Friday you working, but Saturday, this is the time that I have to commit. Even if I'm tired, I have to prioritize my family and give them that time. You can't just assume, be like, oh, she understands or they get it. You have to make it a priority.
Yeah, let's get some other folks in there too, y'all. What you got on this balance?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because my sound been acting up. Listen, I watched a video with Judge Mathis, and I seen a lot of comments of people saying that after all those years, the wife needs to just stay and suck it up and live in another room. And mostly, I've seen men saying that, but a lot of women were saying this. And I'm like, do these people not realize neglect is a form of abuse? Like, I don't know if we know that. Neglect,
the most form.
Neglect is a form of abuse. So you're telling a woman who's being abused to just stay there, just deal with it. Whether it was vice versa, if a man is saying my wife is neglecting me, and even she's like, yeah, I'm neglecting him for years, you're not going to tell that man to just sleep in the other room. Like, so I don't know why we're telling women to just stay and deal with it. And we see why so many women file for divorce. If they're being neglected or abused in any way, that woman's just not going to stay if the man's not changing. If they get some counseling, work it out, great. But if the man's not willing and he's taking her for granted, I mean, why should she just stay and put up with that? That's not peaceful. We want to have peaceful lives, especially as we age. We want to be traveling, relaxing. Nobody wants to have like drama, especially when you have money. Why I'm going to be miserable in the house when I got money and I could be traveling?
Right.
That doesn't even make sense. So I'm glad that Judge Mathis took that ownership and it's like, I'm neglecting my wife. But at the same time, a lot of people don't think this, but omission to me is a form of a lie. Him omitting at the end of that video, okay, maybe he didn't want to tell his business, that's fine. But as a judge, as many times as I've seen his show, when people omit things, he'll call them crackheads. He will run these people off of the stage when he doesn't like what they got to say, and he calls them liars, crackheads. I've seen every name in the book. So it's like, but then he does the same thing. It's like, wow, Judge, that's very interesting, that omission that you did at the end of that video. But it's not our business anyway. I hope that they do work it out because I love seeing people stay married. I really do. But I don't think women should stay in something that they're being abused and neglected in. So at the same time, the man has to want to change. He has to actually change, not just say it and speak it and talk it and tell the world, but actually with your actions change. I don't remember what y'all was talking about just now, though. I'm sorry. Something. What was y'all just talking about, though?
Purpose and career, I think.
Yeah, they was talking about providing now, man provides, and talking about vids and mistaking you guys.
Oh, like balance in home life. It's just like, that's like asking a man, how does he balance doing what he likes to do for fun? he's gonna make time for it. Like, I don't know any man that just doesn't make time for what he likes to do for fun. If he likes playing basketball, he's gonna play basketball. If he likes video games, there's no way you have to ask him, how do you balance playing video games? If that's what that man want to do, he's gonna go play video games. Like, what? This is like common sense. I'm not even being funny, because a man makes time for what he wants. We all know this. So it's about wanting to and actually doing it. That's it. Like, make the time for it and do it. It's not complicated. So yeah, that's all I had to say about that.
Oh no, man. I agree with that, but at the same time, a guy that is working, busting his balls, working 2 jobs, whatever. That's
Maybe he got to change what he doing. Maybe he should start a family business.
Well, no, I
Maybe he
agree.
should work
Well,
with his family. Work with his.
Well, no, I couldn't say that, because I'm an avid believer that everyone shouldn't be entrepreneurs. That would probably bring on more stress for that man and their family. But I agree. I 100% understand, and I agree with what Balance is saying. But there are men that disconnect themselves from what it is that they enjoy to do in order to get shit done, and that's a reality that may not, and I would even say with most women that are single mothers, they will experience the same exact thing, where they find that they lose themselves because they're working, they're taking care of home, and they're dealing with the kids, so they have no time for themselves. So if we can acknowledge that women go through that, then men absolutely go through that.
But when it's a partner, when it's 2 people, then you don't have to go through that alone. It's a little bit different when you're in a relationship.
I agree, and that's in an ideal relationship for sure.
All right, go ahead, Chanel. What are your thoughts about this, man?
I don't have too many thoughts on the part as far how does men do it, because I think that's an important question for a man to answer. Because men just I think that's better for a man answer. I think sometimes when there's a question that men should answer, I think sometimes us as women, we're trying to figure it out for them, and we start answering stuff and saying things. So that, to me, that's something that I just like. I think I let the guys do that one, because I can't tell no guy how to balance that.
Mhm.
Each situation is different. Each relationship is different. And one thing I can say about the Judge Mathis situation, I've been to his show about 3 or 4 times in my lifetime. And his wife was always there sitting up front. Right before session, he always let everybody know, this is my wife. She fly too. The first time I saw her, she had on some tall leather boots past her knees, and she just came from the club or something. And she walks out right before him every time. And every time I went, they don't show it on TV, but when you're actually in the audience, every time she's always been there in the front. So I'm just curious, like, how long she did that, So clearly she was doing that with him when he had
He'll
his
shout her
show.
out too.
Mm-hmm.
He'll shout
So,
out. Oh, my wife is in the audience.
yeah, all the time.
So it almost makes you want to believe maybe he's flying out. Because you remember he said he moved the show to LA, so she's a part of the show. So what's all the flying out for then?
Well, I told you part of it. He did
Other
say
stuff.
he was hanging out with his friends.
know.
He admitted that. Yeah.
Do y'all see Peace thing?
If he's in LA for 3 weeks shooting, then I would assume that he's going to hang out with his friends in LA during that time period.
Not to say that he shouldn't have, men and women alike need time with the boys and the girls, right? That's not the complaint. But the complaint is if you're spending more time with the boys and the girls instead of me and tending to your relationship, then that is what becomes the problem.
I think it's I think that's why he said it in the chat. I don't know this for a fact, but it sounds like it's these community trips. And we all know what happens on these fly out vacation, these fly out business trips. So I think his wife may be because this sounds a little some information we're missing right here.
Mm-hmm. Clearly there's something we're missing. Like, because if you're scheduling everything to be away from your wife, clearly you want to be away from her. There's something there. There's a disconnect there. where you're fine being away from her, and you're scheduling everything, your vacations, your work, everything is planned to be away from her. So that needs to be addressed, whatever that is. You know what I mean? Like I've never been married, so I can't imagine. But what I'm saying is that needs to be addressed. Why do you want to be away? It's the same way when you in a relationship and you pull up in the driveway and sit in the driveway for 50 minutes or 45 minutes before actually walking in the house. Something needs to be addressed. Why are you doing that? What are you running from? What are you trying to avoid? And that needs to be dealt with head on.
And it also is dependent on, I don't know the nature of his job exactly, but thinking more along the lines of like, if you're a professional athlete, you don't have control over your time, right? They have control over your time. So you are going to be on the road a lot and away from your family. But a woman who marries a man going into that, then I don't think she can really complain in regards to him being away from home because of his job. That's not a true, and I've actually heard that. Depending on what the job is, the nature of the job requires you to be gone for a certain. But if you're coming in a relationship knowing that, I don't think you necessarily have an argument for that, unless when he is home, when he has that time off, he's choosing that time to spend with his boys, right? It's like we already have a limited amount of time. So when you are home, I do expect me and a family to be prioritized because your job keeps you away from work so long. So even that is even learning how to balance the short amount of time that you have. Even if you want to spend time with the boys, it may be, you know what, y'all come over to the house. My wife might cook something up for us or whatever. We go watch the game. So you're still present, right? And not hanging out. But it's just finding that balance so people are feeling that their needs are being met in a relationship. That's what it all boils down to.
And let's just take in consideration, because it was something that you said about his purpose. I would assume that he was a judge first. I think the show came after the marriage, right? But and of course, judges don't travel like that. But again, the show seems like the show is taped in the city they live. This seems to be a complaint of him always leaving the city in which the show is taped and where they live. So I think this is some outside stuff that's taking place. And they do have a show. They had a show. And it was a really good show. They're very family-oriented people. I like the show. But I just really feel like there's some information that we're missing.
Yeah, I think I'm missing a whole lot. So can I speak on this because I've been quiet? First things first, it started shooting in Chicago. That's where it started. He started shooting in Chicago, so it wasn't in Detroit, his hometown. That's where he's from. Then it moved out to LA. Look here, man. This woman was beneficial financially the whole time. It wasn't a problem until them kids got grown and they all moved out. And once that last child moved out, now she has no more distractions. Now she's starting to make him she wants his attention back, because she wasn't wanting all his attention when he was on the road, taping in Chicago and doing all that. It wasn't until them kids moved out. Once them kids moved out, she got bored. She got lonely. That glass of wine wasn't as chilled as it used to be when she had the attention of the kids and distraction by the kids. So now she's in the house alone. He's still flying out to LA shooting them shows. He's probably gone about 4 or 5 months to shoot all his whole season, and now she's feeling some type of way. So what he started doing, he flew out. He started bringing her out to try to accommodate her, to try to appease her. And that wasn't enough. So like he said, he still does his extracurricular activity as far as, giving back and all, but she's not always there involved in that. So now it's another moment where there's time apart. Now she's bored again. She has no distractions because them kids are grown and doing their own thing, and she has nobody. So now she's left in a hotel room, not being attended to and feeling some type of way. And so guess what? After I did my show, after I did the volunteer thing, now I want to kind of hang out with my boys, go to basketball games, go golfing, I do smoke cigars, whatever. And now she's still not involved. And now she's feeling some type of way. Look, man, the whole thing is, I know we got about 3 or 4 different conversations going on that situation. Look, I give him credit for being accountable. I give him credit for being accountable, saying he wants to get his wife back. Because most of these motherfuckers out here now, they say, fuck her, let her go about her business. I'll be fine. He realized he needs that woman. He realized he wants to be with that woman. He loves that woman. That's why he's willing to fight in the back. That's why he's admitting, hey, man, I haven't been doing everything I can. No, I can't make a 3rd, 4th, 5th. I need to make a number 1. If that means I need to stop hanging out as much and doing volunteer work, so be it. Volunteer work, y'all gonna have to take it back. That means I may only volunteer maybe twice a year. You know what I'm saying? One during Christmas, giving away turkeys for Thanksgiving, something like that. And maybe at the beginning of a school year by giving away backpacks. So the 2 times a year I volunteer, that's it. And the shows, guys, if we can't shoot the shows in the same city that I reside in, then I can't shoot the shows. We need to figure this out somehow, some way. Shoot the shows of the city that I'm residing in. I spend most of my time, and go from there. Hey, negotiate this contract, make it happen. Do what you got to do. I think that's what he probably needs to do. It's probably what he should do. Now, I give that man credit for accepting accountability, owning up to it. He made mistakes. He made some bad decisions that wasn't betterment for him and his wife. I give him credit for that. Now, the other thing y'all was talking about, men and being responsible and doing all this, ladies, y'all got a lot to learn about men, then. Because a lot of things you hear now, y'all want the men to be able to take care of everything. That's what the hot thing is. The man provide. They don't see nothing as provide as money, as a check. That's all women mostly see us as a check. They don't look at the provision we provide, a mental protection for you, physical protection for you. They don't look at that. They could care less because they feel like I can call the police. I can go get a therapist. I can do everything else but rely on the man who I say I love. That's that bullshit. We provide more than just a paycheck. But just what y'all want. Another thing was, I remember when Balance said it takes a man to probably about 30 to 40 to be in a space where to take care of a whole family. And we were trying to push, no, you need to get married younger. How can you? These young men ain't going to get jobs like that, man. They're not providing they can't provide like that at 25 and think you could take care of a wife and possibly a kid or 2. In 2024, they can't do that. They're not. And able to live out on their own, they're not doing it. They can't do this. They can't. Look, it's going to take 2. Well, you ladies going to have to come up off of the knot. We're going to have to come together. Nobody said go on 50-50. How about do one pot? I preach it all the time. One pot. How about y'all do that? And come together and make something beautiful. Instead, we want to work as individuals. We don't want to come together. No, that's my money's my money. Shit. All your money going to pay for all the bills. And then what money you think that man's going to have left to do anything for you? To take you out any day to buy you any gifts? He's not. All this money is going to be paying the light gear bill, water bill, and maybe the rent. And then there's nothing left for him. Then what y'all going to do? You're going to cry and complain? Well, he don't take me where. We don't do anything. We don't go no trips. Well, ma'am, he's spending all his money doing that. But now guess what he can do? Like Via said, go get a second goddamn job. Now you're talking about, well, he's never around. He's not available. Ma'am, he's working 2 jobs now to try to provide everything you asked for him to do, to be a provider for you so you can keep your little bitty ass Popeye's check. And I'm trying to do all this to take care of us, but you don't appreciate it. I can't win for losing. What the hell?
Why her shit gotta be Popeyes?
Y'all really think about Popeyes. I want to share what. Something.
At least Chick-fil-A.
Hey, don't involve Chick-fil-A in that foolishness, man.
I was go ahead. I'll go after you.
Thank you so much. Because I do got to get running because we talked about being late and I don't want to be late. But I want to say this since we're talking about purpose and marriage, and I don't know if anybody believes, read the Bible or anything, but in the beginning, when God was making everything, he made the cloud, the sky and the water. He said that was good. Everything he was making, he said, that's good. That's good. That's good. The first time in Genesis when he said that's not good is when he saw Adam standing working alone. When he saw Adam all by himself, he said, that's not good. I need to make him a helpmate to help him. So he created the woman. Her purpose was to be his helpmate in the beginning. And then he said, y'all go be fruitful and multiply, whatever. I know everybody has their own different beliefs and things like that. But I definitely don't think that we should be doing it alone. As far as purpose, people should be working together. And the purpose is bigger than us as individuals. I think it's, we have a whole worldwide purpose and mission. And we are each other's responsibility, as far as just being a good example. I believe a marriage is an example of how God loves his people. So I just wanted to end with that. Miss Shan, I'll let you go ahead, and I will see you guys another show. It was lovely hearing all of your opinions and thoughts. Please follow me on Instagram at St. Larice. I'm throwing a huge event in 2 weeks, so stay tuned. Have a good one. Bye.
See you later. Okay, so I agree with everything that you just said, but one of the things that you mentioned, first of all, I agree with most of the things that you said, but one of the things that stood out the most was you said, men are responsible for a lot of things, right? Not just the financials, but mental provision. How is she mentally being provided for if he's not there? How is she physically being provided for if he's not there? Those are things that mean you have to be there. Mental means I feel safe, secure in this relationship, and obviously she's a mental mess. Physical, if he's not in town, how can he physically be protecting her? I understand the financial piece, but it seems like the other pieces are missing. And then another thing I wanted to say was I feel like he's got him a good woman. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of men who have money, their wives don't even want to be around them. They just want them for the money. This woman wants to spend time with her husband because she loves her husband. She wants him. More so than she wants him to bring home the money, she wants him. And you can just tell that by her wanting to spend time with him. So we can't get mad at her for one. We talk about gold diggers all the time and these women doing this and doing that. And here he is. He's got a woman who wants to be with him. And we complain about that. So it's just like.
Who complained about him about her woman?
Yeah, she asked me the question. So it's
Well, I
obvious.
was asking you the question in general, not necessarily you.
So Shan, it's obvious you didn't listen to me.
I
wasn't particularly talking about.
I just clearly said that was that question. I want to clarify. The end part, the only part I questioned you about was the emotional, and then I should have broke it up. The emotional and the physical. Everything else, I'm just saying in general, not your comment, because I agree with most of the things that you said. Just wanted to clear that up.
Okay. So I wasn't talking about his situation per se. I was talking about men. Did I not say y'all have a lot to learn about men? And then I started talking about what men have to deal with. I wasn't talking about what him per se. He may not provide emotionally for her. Okay, then that's their situation. But most men do. We have to make sure we provide emotionally for you guys. It have to be that protection. We have to talk you off the ledge when you about to explode over the smallest thing in the world. Oh shit! I double bought some seasoning. It's not that big of a deal. It's okay. Maybe see if you could take it back. Maybe you could return it and get another seasoning. And because we already got plenty of this other seasoning, we don't need it. So just take it back. No big deal. But you'll see some situations like that where they just panic over the smallest shit, and men are coming out. Baby, it's not that big of a deal. We'll figure it out. We got it, and we have to pull you back in because you so distraught. You think the world's going to end because you got the wrong seasoning or you double bought the seasoning. That's what I'm talking about. That's part of that mental provision that that men has to provide on a regular basis. Not only have to provide mental provision, we have to provide for y'all. Now we got to provide for ourselves. So now we got to put our own on the back burner in order to make sure you good. Because I know if you're not good, this house is going to be chaotic. And I hate a chaotic house. So let me make sure my woman is mentally in a good space so we can be good tonight. Or we could be good from here on out. Shane, do you understand? At me, you sit there talking for nothing. You're not paying attention. You waste my goddamn word.
The part that so you clarified when you said that you were talking about men in general. So because I did think you were talking about him, but that would make sense that I agree with you that men in general do those are the things that they have to provide for women. I agree with that.
And welcome to the dark side.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm one of those women. When I mess up or do something stupid, I get so annoyed with myself. I be like, that's my whole day messed up. And he gonna have to be the one to be like, it's cool. Cause it will be something like the seasons. You know what? You're right. Let me just pick another one. But I'm still mad that I got two. Like, so
I want to say this about Judge Mathis though, because I actually like Judge Mathis, the show. I remember he said one episode that they've been together since college. Most of us can't fathom being 40 years in a relationship with the same person. 40 years with the same person. I'm not even at that age yet, so I can't even think about being with one man that long. But what I'm saying, the fact that he said that he went back to school and she worked and provided for the whole household while he was in school. So we're leaving that out. Like this woman, she was never there for the money. She's always been a good wife to him. And that's what he said. I didn't say that. He said that about his own wife, right? And he said that he neglected her, right? So he didn't say she was bored. He said he neglected his wife. Those are his words. So I just think in the social media space, sometimes we change things to like what we think, but it's like we don't know their personal business. We only know what they tell us. And if that man said he neglected his wife and he's going to fight to get her back, it's because she's a good wife and he wants her back. And I hope that they work it out and they could. I really do, because I love seeing people stay together. But a man got to provide for his woman physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. We're leaving out all the parts. So that man has to do that in all of those areas, right? And I'm sure that she has to do her part as well to support him. But apparently he doesn't have an issue with her doing her job. She's doing her job and she's been doing her job. So I hope he stops neglecting her. I really do. I just want to say that.
Balance, I absolutely agree with that, but I do have to challenge it and play devil's advocate. So with realistically, men will say that even if they feel the opposite. Even if he was, because again, we really don't know what's going on. I can only assume, of course, that he doesn't want to put out all of his business that's going on in his relationship, especially being in the public eye, right? So of course he wants to save face as much as possible. But this could very much be a situation where and like Shan said, that if she wanted to be with him, let's say at one point that was something that she consistently worked towards, was to be there when he was traveling, whatever the case may be. He's trying to make it happen, to spend time with her and give all of those things. But what if at one point that that she no longer wanted to continue to meet him halfway with wanting to be there, with telling him how she needed him to be there, right? So it could very much be where she would say X, Y, and Z, and as he's listening, it's like, well, damn, I thought I was doing it, but I guess I wasn't doing it. So maybe I was neglecting you. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense where I'm going with it?
I get what you're saying. I don't think that applies with this situation. Why can't it be exactly what he said he said it was? Like, I just don't know why.
Yes, he's a smart guy. He's a judge. He knows
a
his
judge. Like, I don't.
He's a judge, but he's also a man.
He's very intelligent. Men in general are very highly intelligent. I know men. They're very logical.
Right.
They're very intelligent. And that man could be just speaking his truth. You know what you just reminded me of? I don't know if you remember that interview with Shaq when he was talking about his ex-wife, Shawnee. I think her name is Shawnee. And and the guy who was interviewing him, he was like, yeah, because I'm sure she did her part in messing up the marriage too. He was like, no, she was a great wife, actually. I messed it up. But it's like men want, she just had to do something wrong. She had to. Sometimes a woman is really a good wife. Like, that is let's just put that as a possibility in your brain. Sometimes a woman is a good wife and that man just, maybe he didn't want to be married. Maybe he just cheated and didn't want to stop. Maybe whatever it is. And especially if the man is saying that, even as Shaq is saying that in the whole interview, she was an amazing wife to me. I love that woman. Shaq was still paying Shawnee every month until she recently got remarried. Like, he said she deserved every penny. He loved that woman. And it's like, why are we always have to justify something and say the woman was a part of the demise? Sometimes she wasn't.
I agree. I agree 100%. And I'm not saying that there aren't any good women out there. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that what if what he assumed to not be neglect was neglect to her? You know, so there's that miscommunication of where he thought he wasn't necessarily neglecting his wife, because if he's been doing it for so long and she's been there, then, and I know we talked about what we talked about early on with what Jay was saying, but I think if he doesn't fully know that he's neglecting his wife while he's doing it, because maybe she's not saying it in a way that he will understand it, maybe it's subliminal or whatever the case may be, we don't know. All I'm saying is that could be a possibility of it, because it, you know, it happens. Now, I agree. I think that it's amazing and beautiful that he was being transparent as much as possible, because even still, he was still only given enough to save face. But I think that I think that we oh, go ahead.
Well, he did say that. I can't remember if it was this clip because it's a. I think there's a longer version of this clip. I'm not sure if you played the longer version or not because I had seen it before. But he did mention that this had happened before. Like, they went through a bump in the road in the beginning. This happened. They cleared it up, and then now it's happening again. So it's not like he did not know. They've been through this process before. They went through their little therapy to try to make it work, and now it's happening again. So this is not
And
the first time.
before, it could be 20 years ago, 15 years ago.
No, it was he mentioned when it was. I think he said earlier this year or something. Like, this isn't her first time wanting to separate from him.
Yeah.
In recent years.
Okay.
Yeah. I think she does well at expressing her emotions to him. And as you know, men having a good wife, a lot of times they really think she's never going to leave. So they continue the same behaviors, thinking she'll never leave. And I think if she didn't file for a divorce, it would have been the same thing. So like he said, it was a wake-up call. Actually, he started the video saying this should be a cautionary tale to men. He said this should be a cautionary tale to men to not neglect your wife. Let's take his words. Like, we don't have to change and guess and think and assume. Let's just listen to what the man said. Don't neglect your wife.
And like,
and like JR, if we notice, that's a part of the emotional protection that a man provides. What he was doing, he was providing protection. He's owning everything, regardless if what Balance is saying is true, that he that's just where it is, or if what Vid had something to say is true, that maybe she was doing it and he was just accepting. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But he was willing to accept all the accountability because he knew this burden doesn't need to be on this woman. This is about me and what I've done and what I'm doing. And so part of my protecting her, providing for her, that provision I need for her is to protect her mental so she doesn't have to worry about this bullshit. And them asking the questions, well, hold on. Did he have a baby outside? No. He already answered that. Is he supposedly, I think, fooling around with a minor? He already addressed that. It's not another woman. It's just neglect. That's it. No more, no less. It's just neglect. That's a part of the mental provision that real men, do for his wives or their women. That's what that is right there. That's a prime example of what I was talking about. That's what we have to do. That's part of our job. Again, we're not just some ladies. I know some of y'all ladies out there think that's all we is providing financially. We do more than that. Just give us a little bit of credit. That's all.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. That's what I was gonna say. When you guys are talking about how men are smart and how Judge Mathis is intelligent, and I was just thinking, like, he took responsibility, because if he didn't, one thing he didn't take responsibility on it can fall back on her and it can look like she did something or she's making something up or she's exaggerating. And I was like, he's smart because he's keeping anything from going back on her. And that's what I was just thinking when Hank was saying that.
He want to keep his wife.
And I think it's like JR said in the first part of this segment, when I was expressing, pretty much being fired and hoping that you could do better or hoping that you could correct it or I'm gonna get to it, and then it explodes. That video was what we look like when it explodes. You know what I mean? Like literally, he looked like a popped firecracker. Like everything was just a disarray. That's how we look, and that's how it feels when you don't correct it in time.
Let me get to these couple super chats to somebody. $5. A man in a relationship cannot have his head down and plow through providing. He must be aware of stagnation and be creative enough to sustain it. Though will, 989. Gotta disagree, Hank. He's not doing the right thing, taking her back. You're gonna file for divorce after 4 decades because you bored? Go see what the streets have to offer. Bye.
See what I mean?
That's dope. Well, let me play this next video. This is in relations to Cam Newton.
Dialogue between Dr. Bryant and Nick Cannon and Dr. Bryant and Cam Newton are very important dialogues. I think you're talking about two men that at least understand they have the means to support multiple children and multiple women. I think the deeper dive into the dialogue is the acceptance and the willingly creating quote unquote broken homes. I had 2 different kids by 2 different women at the age of 21, right? And at that time, all I knew from parenting and about parenting is that I saw my dad all the time because he lived with me, because he was married to my mother. And I knew I didn't want children, whether it was my daughter at that time or my son, to not be used to seeing me or to have to turn to another man and call him father or accept him as their father because I wasn't there. That was important to me. I didn't walk into those situations with their mothers at the time and say, I want to make this baby. I was careless, right? I wasn't focused or intentional about not doing it. But then I had to make a decision. You can't make that decision, and it isn't to, if this happens unknowingly or because of irresponsibility, right away say I'm going to marry this woman if it's a bad situation, because you don't want that kid to grow up in that either. But I do understand when she's saying you're making these decisions to create houses, not homes, right? One is what you can afford based on your wealth. And the other one is what you can afford based on the amount of time God gives you, which is not infinite. Right. I commend both men for being willing to have the conversation. I think there's always going to be a level of defense there, but she was being honest in that, like, they're functioning in their lowest functioning selves. When we are aware of that, now we accept that. And so it's saying that, hey, this ideology is fucked up. Right. It's not only messed up, but it's now going to create a generation of children and of women that can also be messed up based on a decision I knowingly made. You can be aware of that, and if you accept that, that's fine. But in accepting it, we can't ignore some of the issues that it can create. Right. And when we are in our lowest functioning self in every decision, I can say this for myself, there are times where you think, am I even doing the marriage right? Am I doing the parenting right? Would it have been better if I did try to be a father outside the home? And I would have to guess that if you decide to have 8 different babies with 3 different mothers, there are times you say, man, did I do that right as well? I don't think life is about perfection, but I do think it's about perspective. And I do believe that Dr. Bryant provided very important perspective for 2 very wealthy men that do have to understand time is something we can't buy more of.
All right, that was Ryan Clark from Pivot's podcast. Cam Newton and Nick Cannon intentionally making decisions with knowledge of potential negative impacts. And just so you guys do know, it was brought to my attention by some professionals that low functioning and high functioning is actually medical terms that are associated with people with autism. So that's where it came from. And usually when they use those exact words, they usually describing someone of autism. But let's go ahead and dive into it. What do you guys think about this?
Not everybody at once. Anybody want to go first? Go ahead.
I was trying to let somebody else go first.
The main two
Go
talkers
ahead.
is V has been mistaken, so we trying to get them out of the way first, so
Yeah,
everybody
go
else can
ahead.
talk later. Yeah. So yeah, between mistaken and V is one of y'all go first.
Wait, hold on. I've been intentionally monitoring how long I talk. I have been doing good this time. Give me credit.
I don't know about that.
I disagree.
I got the timer now, so I was literally
Go
doing.
ahead, approve your improvements then. Right now, you can do it. I believe in you.
I haven't been long-winded. I've responded, but I've been long-winded.
No. You've been better today. You was giving that talk, that sage talk elite spirit in some of your earlier days. But I remember the first time you brought Sage up, man. It was like he had been in prison or something like that, and it was his first time being able to speak. It was. I don't know if they have anything. I don't know if they had anything longer than a monologue, but I mean, it was some good shit. But it was just like you thought it was going to end, and then it just read right back up. So I just think, I mean, that's a good thing. If you guys can speak that long, I'm hoping you guys should be probably writing a book or something, children's books. Yeah, there had to be something where you guys can use that gift, because that's a gift. Not too many people can do it and do it without care. You guys you have to do it with no fear, and no matter what the faces people making, y'all just tune that right on out, and y'all just keep talking and keep talking. Ain't that right, Shane? Shane.
Look, since neither one of them want to go, I'm gonna go ahead and go.
Do you want that instead?
Shane, like,
Shane's not
yeah, I'm not sure that's her house. Is that her house or is that a background?
No, that's her house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's doing progress reports and everything.
Look, I'm trying to, I be comfortable. I be on these things comfortable. I'm not gonna be sitting on a little chair like this on a Sunday. So y'all gonna have to meet me on my sofa.
I know that's right.
I be doing the same thing.
Let's go ahead and get back on topic, man. Go ahead, Hank.
Now, what is your question? Oh, the question going across? Sorry. What is your question? Is it changed from what you got?
I would have a thing. He just highlighted the point of Cam Newton and Nick Cannon intentionally create negative impacts with the children by bringing these children into broken homes, or homes that's not under the same roof. So we're just basically discussing that.
Okay. So, I've seen that Nick Cannon interview. Well, not the Nick Cannon one. I've seen the Cam one. I've seen clips from the Nick Cannon one. I don't agree with neither one of them on how they're doing things, but I can give a little bit of grace to Cam, because if what he's saying is true, I don't know how factual it is that the kids live with him, then I have a little more grace than I do for Nick Cannon. At the end of the day, I'm a man whose father wasn't always in his life, so I know what it feels like not to have his father in his life. I know that empty feeling, that hurt feeling, that disappointment. I understand it, so I can relate with some of these kids that he's probably talking about, and he has to deal with, because I was that child, so it's easy to relate to. But I don't believe you can actually be a productive and good father and you're not present in a kid's life. I don't believe in Skyping my son or my daughter. I don't believe in calling them on the phone and finding out about the day. I want to see them in person. I want to see their body language. I want to see their reactions when we have these conversations and these interactions. I want to be able to hug them, hold them, talk, tell them I love them in person. It's cool if you got to do it on the phone every once in a while, But this can't be a regular thing. Nick Cannon, you got all of these kids, and none of them really live with you, but probably besides the woman you probably dealing with now. That's the only reason why you staying with you is because you're dealing with her now. As soon as you break up with her, she's another home that you're no longer living, and you doing your thing. He's working. He always brags about how hard he works. So how are you spending any quality time with your kids? You're not. But let me tell you what you're doing. You provide for them financially because you're making all this money, and that's nice and that's good. But what about that balance that you're missing out on of being in attendance to their concerts, their events, knowing what they're doing in school, and participating by parent and teacher conferences? You're not doing that. If you are, you may be doing it for the 1 or 2 kids that you live in the same city with. But what about them other 8, 9, and 10 kids that you're not seeing, that you're not participating with, that you have to hear about it later on down the line because you got to rely on your baby mama to call you and tell you what happened? No, I want to be right then and there. I could imagine missing my son's game and I got to rely on my ex-wife to tell me what his stats was. I'm not seeing my daughter's concert or performance or cheerleading event because I got to rely on my baby mama to call me and tell me, or maybe even send me a clip or two. No, I want to be involved. I want to be there. I remember sacrificing overtime at work in order to be at my son's events. I schedule my extracurricular activities around some of my sons and my daughter's event because I wanted to be there. And why? Because when my daughter was 8 years old, she sit there and told me, "Daddy, I wish you was here." When she shared that shit with me, that broke me down. That cut to my heart because now I'm having flashbacks of what it was when I was a child. I can't do this to my baby, and I will not. And ever since that time from there on out, I made sure I didn't miss an event. If that means sacrifice on certain things, and certain money, or certain opportunities, then so be it. Because at the end of the day, I had to invest into my child. That's the most important investment I can make into your future. I'll leave it there.
All right, go
I
ahead,
wish she
Shanae.
was on the panel on Thursday, because on Thursday we had this conversation. Not one man had that insight. Everybody was on the same page that if you can financially provide, that you are doing it, and that it's no different than having to work a job that you work 2-3 days in a row for overtime. So it's just interesting to hear Mel, because I was really convinced after that panel Thursday, like, okay, I guess I don't know. I don't see how a man can be in a household multiple guys and think that they're
Different
still
energy over
providing.
here. It's a Sunday energy. It's different over here. Ain't that right, balance?
Absolutely, Hank. And I nobody says something, so I'm gonna say something. Then I guess. Wait, matter of fact, come back to me because I'm trying to say what I want to say without offending people. So come back to me.
Nice.
Say what you got to say. I mean, I would assume everyone, as far as me and Jay, the males on the panel, we agree with Hank 100%. He summed up everything every way that we would feel. So.
And I respect that so much. I love when men can be real and not just putting on for social media like so many other podcasters are doing right now, which is very strange. Like, would you want your father to be Nick Cannon? Like, honestly, like, would you want that as your father? Like, we got to be real. So, and I think in this situation, the onus is on the man and the woman because it takes two to make these children. So if the man is low functioning, that woman's low functioning. They're low functioning together at the bottom, regardless.
And she probably got a phone call or a text or something. But I think anybody is going to, if you're living a certain lifestyle, you're going to make 1,000 different concessions and excuses to support whatever that ideology is or whatever type of damage you're doing. You know what I mean? You're going to create a perspective where people see it your way, or at least try to. You know, when in reality, like Balance just said, like Hank just said, the father not being in the child's life, and especially not being under the same roof, there are residual effects to that. You know, there are a lot of things you're going to miss out on. There are a lot of things that are needed visually. You know what I mean? If I just think of the stuff I visually saw my dad do as a man, go through, you know, his wins, his losses, how he dealt with them, how he recovered from them, just observing all of that. That's important. If you're not there, who are they seeing this from? You know what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine, a little kid just sitting there and you watching Saucy Santana, because your mom is hanging out with, you know, so who they're observing is important. Even before you could even talk, I'm sure a lot of y'all, when y'all were younger, y'all probably have memories that are more visual. You probably don't hear anything. You don't remember like what was being said, but you remember like the picture in your head of visuals. And even starting at that age, you see things and they sink in and they become a part of who you are. So I would never agree to a father not being in a household if he can't. Things happen, life's. It happens all the time. But for you to make that an actual decision, like I'm going to create all these kids and not live in one roof with them, not live under the same roof as any of them. Like, nah, you can't ever make that make sense to me.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage to society. Those children are going to grow up and have a certain perspective of love, of what loyalty looks like, of what intimacy looks like, what relationships looks like. These people may remain bitter all of their lives, or they may use that as fuel to go after the contrast of what they were seeing. But I would say often now, especially in this generation, a lot of people aren't strong-willed or strong-minded enough to make that decision. So it really causes a big disservice to the overall look and feel of society, and then especially in our culture, because there's no structure, there's no foundation, and without structure and foundation, we all know what's going to come after that. So I think that it is imperative for men to be aware of where it is that you're planting your seed. I think that we've taken the mystery and beauty of sex away, and it's just so easy just to pass out. So now, we got that on top of everybody just having unprotected sex. Oh, it's casual sex. It don't matter. I'm gonna hit you raw. I'm gonna nut in you. I'm gonna do all of this crazy stuff with a woman that I don't want to be with long term, or a man that I don't want to be with long term. And then we create these broken homes and then point the finger at each other. So I think that it's imperative that everybody, man's up, woman's up, whatever, and hold people accountable for the actions and decisions that's being made, because it's not only hurting your home, it's hurting the culture and the society as a whole.
You know what? I would have to add on to that. I agree with what you're saying, but I want to add that I think that we have devalued just having a family, period. Even your kids. People don't even value their kids anymore. I mean, because you gotta want to be there to watch your kids, and that means you don't even place a value. You don't even prioritize them, which is why you're able to do this. So I think it's more than just sex; it's the whole shebang. To be honest, we've taken the value.
Like even the jokes about kids are different. I don't have any kids, but the last couple of years I've been hearing that F them kids. I was just like, I've never heard that growing up, or any of my friends with their kids. But now it's like jokingly, and it's
Hey,
like, hey,
man, don't hang me for this. But right now, we're literally living through an era where people are fighting to be able to unalive children. Like, that's a big big cause as to why they're choosing to think and essentially vote a certain type of way. So I think if I understand the premises of it, I understand the reasoning of it, But when it's said out loud and you really stand back and look at what's being said, there's literally a group of people that are fighting for the ability to unalive children. So I think that adds on to it as to what is it that we're really promoting and putting out there. Because if we are talking about family, and we are talking about marriage and having a one home, then we can't have those conversations at the same time, because there are going to be people that don't understand what's being said. They don't understand the premise, but they only hear what's being said.
Real quick, you know what I would respect even more, like with the Nick Cannon and Cam Newton, like even if they had like a compound, say if they had like a giant house
They
or
live
a
in the same
compound,
neighborhood. All
Lil
of his baby
Boosie doing
mamas.
it. Lil
right?
Boosie doing it. But
They-
everybody has to be on the same page for that to work.
I would respect that more than just having, you know, different states or different areas. I would respect that more than just willingly, you know, creating a child here, child there, and just because I got money to do it.
I think both are equal to equally creating broken homes, because these women are going into it knowing what that situation is, and they prioritizing the money. It for them, it's an investment, like a financial investment, as opposed to necessarily it being a, a value for family and wanting to raise our kids together and things like that. I think women in society as a whole place, like what we were saying earlier, place so much value and emphasis on the financial aspect. It's like, oh, if I can buy it, I can provide. Oh, they're in the best schools. Oh, they got the best clothes. Like, that's parenting. That's not parenting. You know, that's the lowest aspect of of parenting, right? You're just meeting the basic needs, right? Even as though it's the best school or the best clothes, it's still just a lower need. All of those higher needs that you need are more so on the emotional, like we talked about before, emotional, mental, all of those things. And if you are not there, you're not pouring into that to develop that aspect, to make that kid be the best that they can be. And then we're going to continue to have this cycle of broken men and women, and these poor relationships as a whole. The other thing is, I agree with it. It goes both ways, where it was saying that we don't value family. I think we don't value family in like this generation. And I don't think there are family values. So on both ends is like we reinforce poor values. I don't know if people establish what it is as a family we're going to pour into our kids, right? To make them productive, successful citizens, have a good esteem about themselves, and know who they are. We lack promoting family values as well. And it goes in hand with lacking, valuing family altogether.
I just don't think we know what family is anymore. We don't even know what it look like. So to me, a family is not a woman and her child. That's not a family. A man and a child. That's not a family. A husband and a wife and the children. That's a family. But we don't see that anymore, because now we diluted it so much. We say, oh well, a woman and her two kids. Well, that's my family. No, ma'am, that's not a family. You just a woman with two kids, and it's not a family at all. Now, maybe when you did have a husband at the time, you had a family, but you have a broken family now. It's not a real family. So I don't think most of us acknowledge that or even recognize that, is because we diluted so much, because that's how we look at it as family now. A parent and two kids, and that's a family. No, not at all. Not in my opinion.
I just have a little pushback on that. I agree with you if it's an intentional situation in which like what we were talking about, the Nick Cannon and all other people that are going in with the intent of not having the other parent there. But I just think the caveat to that is, if we're a married couple and we never had any kids, that doesn't negate that we're a family. We're still a family. We're a husband and wife. Or if one of the spouses died and you were widowed and you still have the children, so one of the spouses are missing, you're still a family. So I just wanted to kind of put that perspective out there, because people who are not necessarily in a situation that's intentionally trying to create broken homes like this, that doesn't negate that they don't have a family structure when it was in place, and due to circumstances, they may not have had kids, or one of the parents passed away.
Well, why don't you have kids? Because if you can have the ability to reproduce, then you're not a family. That's just your wife. It's just you and your wife. That's not a family. Not until you bring the offspring into it. Now, you don't necessarily have to be yours. You can adopt. That's family. Them your kids. Them family. If you so happens to inherited some kids because of maybe your brother or sister died, and you got your niece and them, that's still family. But to me, my opinion, I don't consider somebody just a husband and wife with no kids. I don't consider it a family. Now, what you talk about if your significant other dies, just in extreme circumstances, and it happens. But I wouldn't consider that not family though. I would never call that not family. It depends on the circumstance. But if you were intentionally, as a man, just raising his kids by himself and no wife, yeah, I don't, it's not a family to me, in my opinion. That's all.
Yeah. If you, let's say you're, I ain't gonna put that on you. Somebody's spouse passes and they say, who's the next of kin? Who's the family? It would be your spouse. If y'all didn't have any children. So that's what I'm just trying to say. The idea of family is, it can be just outside of the kids. Even if I couldn't have any children, or we chose not to have any children, it doesn't negate the fact that we're still family.
I want to say this about Cam Newton before I jump off of here. Yeah, in that interview that I watched, Cam Newton seemed highly offended, defensive. And I think a lot of it is because he wants to be seen in a certain light. But in actuality, people who are logical, we're looking at what it is, not what you want it to be, but what it actually is. And he doesn't like the fact that all of his actions, it's you're low functioning, right? And he's like, I got all this money, I got all of this, but there is still a group of women, no matter how much money you accumulate, you could have Trump money, they wouldn't deal with you. And I think Dr. Brian, right? I think she was one of those women. And of course, there are still millions of women that will deal with you, but she's one of those, just one of the few women who are like, you're dysfunctional, you got kids everywhere, that wouldn't be my type of man. And I think he was offended by that. And it's crazy because a lot of men like that think they could get any single woman. But like what's her name was saying in the interview, you can't. You're not God. You're not going to get everything that you want. But there will still be a lot of jazzies walking around that he could get, because low functioning men could still get low functioning women, and they could be beautiful, but it's a self-esteem thing. There are a lot. You could be not the most attractive woman and have high self-esteem, and there are certain things you're just not going to deal with. And I don't think he liked that, but I wanted to say this about low self-esteem. That's what I wanted to say. You could tell when a woman has low self-esteem, not by her physical appearance, but by the way she behaves, the way she goes about her day-to-day life, who she spends her time with, how she spends her time, how she spends her money, like her friends. You could tell how somebody is low functioning and if they have low self-esteem or not. And that has to do a lot with your mental health and how you see yourself. So you gotta, as a woman, you gotta improve your self-esteem, your sense of self-worth, why you think you deserve less. Like as a woman, regardless of your physical, internal, you should know who you are, love who you are, and not accept something so low because it makes you low. And you don't want that as a woman. And all these people online making fun of her, and it's just really sad actually. And I hope that they could work it. I don't know how this situation is going to go, but a woman needs to work on her mental health before she gets with a man, because it's just not going to work out. You're going to attract a whole different level of man when you change your mind, your mental, and your self-esteem and your sense of self-love and your self-respect. Those type of men won't even approach you anymore. And if they do, as soon as they have the conversation, they're just like, nah, that ain't gonna work. Like, it's just different men. Certain men will not approach me. And if they do one conversation, they're like, let me run out of here. Because there's certain things you just can't, it doesn't work on every woman. It may work on the 90%, but there's that 10% of women it just don't work on. It don't matter your money. It don't matter what you drive in. None of that matters, because that's not going to cause you to be a good father. Some of us care about that more than money. All right, I'm done.
How does a woman know, like how? Because I'm hearing what you're saying, and I know it's easy to say, but like, how does a woman really like identify those things? Like, how does a woman know if she's healed, in your opinion? And also, like, what type of energy or persona do you carry where men know not to try to run certain things past you? Like, what does that look like?
Say the last part again.
Well, you made reference to like certain men will know, like once they try to run something past me or try to talk to me, they know that I'm this type of woman, so they know not even to even go down that rabbit hole with me. Like, what does that look like? How does a woman know if she possesses that?
It's easy because, like, literally, if a man, think about it, if you're having a first conversation with a man and he tests you and he's like, he makes a joke about sex and you start laughing. Now he knows, all right, I could talk to her about sex. Now I could try to have sex. Not like you can make a joke about her and call her ugly. Now he's like, oh, I know, I could talk to her anyway. I could be disrespectful because she's laughing. She'll take it. There's certain women, you talk about sex. That's so inappropriate. I don't even know you. Why would you bring up sex? He's like, oh, I can't do that. You make you make a joke about me in a negative way, but really you're saying something negative about me. I'm gonna be like, what's wrong with you? Why are you talking to me like that? It's just certain things that you can't say to certain types of women. It won't fly. They won't accept it. So a man will try you. A man is always going to try you. I have yet to meet a man who did not try me in some way. A man will try you. And if he says something crazy or does something crazy and you stay and accept it, that's on you. You have to show your boundaries. I think the biggest part of having high self-esteem is having boundaries and standards that you do not compromise on, period. Period. Like if a man does something with another woman, like, my standard. It's not like, oh, well, we'll figure. No, you're not going to see me. Like,
hey, but balance. Can you give a different example aside from the sex or the ugly joke? Because I feel like that's the percentage of men that do that. That's not a high percentage of successful men. I would assume overall, because that's no type of game or even understanding the basics of approaching a woman, to say some shit like that. So
Well,
can you give a different
well, that might be her experience. So, like, she may be telling you that that's what men try.
right? No, I hear that. And I understand that.
This is
But
what
is that the only?
No, I could give another example.
I'll give him one because I just thought about one. But I also want to say that this is what I mean. Like, men have never dated men. They have no idea. They have no clue. And me even coaching women for a very long time and how they all have so many similar stories. It's like, how could we all have all of these similar stories? Like, men,
that's
you've
pitiful.
never dated a man. You have idea what we go through.
I get it.
And I'll give you another example. Whoever your friend is as a man, whoever he is to you is not going to be who he is to me, right? And he's not going to treat you and speak to you the same way he's going to treat and speak to me or any woman. But I'm going to give you another example. This was when I was in my early 20s. I met a man. He was so handsome. I think it was at Whole Foods or something. We exchanged numbers. Long story short, he told me he had no kids. I'm like, oh, that's great. I think I told the story on here a while ago, but then he sent me a rap song because he wanted to be like a rapper or whatever. And in the rap song, he started talking about his 2 baby mamas. I'm like, Because I thought he was just trying to say something. I thought he was trying to say something to sound cool. So I'm like, because you know how some rappers lie. I thought the man was lying because he told me he had no kids. Like, then he forgets, and then sends me all these rap songs, and that was in one of the songs. So I approached him, like, hey, didn't you tell me you had no kids? He's like, yeah. I'm like, but in your rap song, you say you got 2 baby moms and you don't get along with them. He was like, oh, well, actually, I got 2 kids and 2 baby mamas. I'm like,
what?
Why would you lie about that? Because they know if he would have told me that, I would not even be here talking to you right now. After that, I never talked to him again. But the point is, he wouldn't have even have gotten that far if I would have known that. So it's like, they know who to play with. Like, that's not going to work. And once a woman does find out you're lying, if she's not low value, she's out of there.
Yeah, no, that's fair. No, I get it. I get it.
I know another example, because somebody was saying this before, I can't remember who it was also valuing your time. If we plan to go out and it is a date, if it actually was an older lady that I met, and she was telling me this. If there's a date and you said that you want to take me out, we're going to go out, and then I don't hear from you at all during the entire time that the date is planning, and then you just pop up, she's like, I'm not going to go, because there's a level of, keeping me in a loop and let me know what the plan is, so then I can plan my time accordingly, because I respect your time. I want to make sure I have my stuff together so I show up on time. So if I'm taking the time to respect your time, I expect you to respect mine and communicate. So that was an example that popped into my head as well. But if you're a dude a woman that is like, no, that's okay. I understand that you're already setting the tone that me showing up on time, or me keeping my word, or me not communicating to you is okay. So that's another example of this.
Okay, that's fair. I can definitely see that example. I just couldn't, even though I'm aware of it, I couldn't fathom a man approaching a certain type of woman and immediately bringing up sex or making a joke about them being ugly. Like that's just some goofball shit. And I'm aware that there are goofballs out there, but it just be mind-boggling that people actually try that in real time.
Let me just say this. I promise it's quick. One of the things that I appreciate about both of those interviews is that I think it opened up more men's eyes, which women, I remember having conversations on here before about that, is understanding Pookie and Ray Ray. Like, everybody think that a lot of men talk about women with the Pookie and Ray Ray in terms of, oh, he the hood dude, ain't got nothing going for him. But understanding more so that Pookie and Ray Ray is a mentality. So you can have money and still be a Pookie and Ray Ray. So that was one of the things that I wanted to point out that I appreciated about both of those interviews.
I think men already know that, though. I honestly think men already knew that, because in most cases, Pookie and Ray Ray may have a baby by a cousin or a sister, you know what I'm saying? Like, or a close friend that we grew up with or something. So I don't think that men was ignorant to that fact. I think men know that, and they often speak up against it. But the money, that security, I think that trumps whatever is being told by them.
Because maybe you knew that, but I remember specifically having conversations around this issue, and Nick Cannon was brought up, and a lot of the men were saying that he has money, so it's not like he's not taking care of his kids. That was the argument. So that's why I brought that up, that maybe more men now who have seen that understands that Pookie and Ray Ray is not just about you having money or not having money. It's more about the mentality and how you move.
So you confused Thursday situation and show for Sunday. Is that what you're saying, Staken? So since you heard that and y'all was having that conversation on Thursday, you thought every other man was having that same stance or feelings. No, we don't.
This wasn't on the
We
Thursday
understand.
show.
Yeah, I think it was because I think I know what show you're talking about because
We
because a
spoke
couple of
on
them
it on
guys in the
Chic
chat.
Critique as well. We
Oh
spoke about
well,
it
I'm
on
not
Chic
on Chick.
Critique.
I have no idea. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm talking about the show that I seen on Thursday. They talked about it, and we spoke on it on King Talk as well. How some of the guys said, well, he could financially provide, so it's all that matters. To me, that's bullshit. Because guess what? Once again, fellas, we have to learn back to take lead and control in the relationships and the families. We have relinquished our control in the families and the relationships to the point we allow the ladies just to raise our kids and we have no say so, and we're going to depend strictly on women who are overly emotional to raise our sons, right? That's what we're going to depend on. So now guess what they're going to raise? An over emotional son. So when you come home from working 16 hours a day and you wonder why your goddamn 14, 15-year-old son crying all the time like a little girl, because he was raised and taught by his mother and then seeing how she acted and responded, because you was never in the house to offset the bullshit. Take back control of your family and your household, fellas. Don't rely strictly on the ladies to do everything. I wouldn't. There's no way I would allow that to happen. Because guess what? She's going to dictate everything, so now you're going to be mad on how shit ran. Well, that's not how I like it done. Well, then you left it up to this emotional woman to do it. What do you expect going to happen? She going to fuck some shit up. Where was you at to correct it? Oh, well, man, I had to work 16 hours. I had to get that bag. Oh, you could continue to get that bag while you going to see your son behind the goddamn glass because he acted out emotionally because of something happened in the streets. And you wasn't there to offset it or to teach him how to be a goddamn man because you was worried about getting that bag working them 16 goddamn hours. Screw that, man. Hell with that. Move and control your situation like men should. The hell with nothing against these women. We appreciate what little they do. But we can't put it all on them to expect them to do everything right we need to be done. Because we know they can't always handle every situation.
Let me get to these couple of super chats right quick. Carlisle Tom says, I lived with my daughter when she was 5. She's now 38 and only last week broke down and told me how much it hurt her. It hit me hard. Katie Combs, $10 says, Pookie and Ray Ray is a mentality, but y'all go for them 8 out of 9 out of 10 times. That's fact. We can't correct those men if y'all reward them with sex and babies. They have no reason to change, money or no money.
That's the thing. There's always going to be a caliber of women that go for those type of men. They're the same caliber of people. I don't know what else to tell you. Like I wish women would raise their standards, but there are many of us that's not our standard. But there are women who are lost. They didn't have their daddies a lot of the time, and they are lost. And unfortunately, they choose those type of men, and it's really unfortunate. It is, but we can't save everybody. I don't know what you want me to say.
Katie Combs, $5 again, says, Hink, good luck trying to take control of a family with a woman that don't see any value with you as a man.
I agree. But don't make that woman your wife. Don't give that heifer no goddamn baby. Don't bless her with your last name. Because if you do that, you already fucked up right there on the point. Why would you make a woman like that your wife? Why is she in your circle? The hell with that heifer, let her be. Leave it at the restaurant from them low vibration dudes. Them Pookies and Ray Ray we always talk about. They'll take that ragged ass heifer. Let them have them.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of having a baby with her too. And then being mad. Like, you chose her. Like, you chose her.
What you got on this, Ikene?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Not much. What's going on?
Nothing much.
How
Yeah,
you doing?
huh? Yeah, I agree with Hink. You can't create a family with somebody. But the thing is this: most men already knew who they created family with. That's why I have a problem. They know she's bad. They know she's not good for nothing. They understand her lifestyle, but she's pretty. She has that big butt, and they get her pregnant and still marry her. Because one of the saddest things that we see today is men marrying women that they understand fully well that this woman will born you. She will put you in a bad situation. She will rock your family. She's not interested in getting family. She wants you to put her higher than anyone else. She wants you to buy things for her. She wants you to take her to restaurant every day. She can't cook. She can't clean. She's dirty, but she's pretty. You can show her to your friends. She has all those aesthetics. Men sometimes do get themselves in trouble. We have to acknowledge that. And I'm sorry, it's a lot of men that do that out there. Not few men. A lot of men. A lot of men that you think that are responsible are irresponsible when it comes to choosing. Just like a lot of women choose the wrong guy, or they leave the good guy for the bad guy. Not every woman does it. So goes men too. So we have to talk and balance it out. I understand that some of us as men are just rich but good for nothing. But for instance, please, if you don't have a family, if you don't have a husband and a wife, right, it's not a family. A family is not made up of baby mama and babies, a man and children. No, a family is when a man and a woman come together to start a family. That is a family. As soon as you get divorced, right, it's no longer a family. It's a broken family. Widows are exceptional. We all know that. A widow or a widower, right, is those are exceptional. But marriage, a family goes with marriage. If marriage is not involved, it's not a family. If you live with somebody in a house and you guys start making babies, you making babies, you're not building a family. A family has to do with either you go through the traditional route to get the blessing of both parents, or you go through the court system with witnesses around. That's how a family is created. Um, all these things that we just wake up one day and then we create something out of the air and want to make it our own culture. That is not how culture is built. I keep saying this. You can't wake up one day and say, "Oh, this is African American culture. This is African culture." No, the elders have to come together. The elders have to say, "This is our culture." And the people will then accept it before a culture is created. A culture is not a celebrity coming up tomorrow, getting some few guests to shake booties, and then some knuckleheads out there and say, "Oh, this is African American culture." That is not African American culture. That is not a culture. That is something that you just create out of thin air. It might be in some cases it's a trend. A trend is not a culture. Because I see people say this all the time. It's not how a culture is created. Until the black people in America, including us, come together with the elders, and the elders create a norm and say this is what is going to be a culture. Now you have a culture. Until that happens, there is no culture. What we have in America is a system of law, regulations. That's all that is here. There is no culture here because the elders have not said so. And there is no family either. There are families, I'm sorry. If wedding takes place, if there is a wedding, there is a traditional or customary, there is customary wedding or civil wedding or church wedding. Yes, that is a family. If you don't go through any of those routes, I'm sorry, you don't have a family. If you live with someone in the house and you guys are having babies, the woman is on a lease. The guy is just renting you. He can return the car any day, and the lease is over. The
Hey,
rent is over. So
I
yeah,
I am a little confused. You said that we don't have a culture in America.
there is no culture in America, and I'll tell you why there is no culture in America. Because no elder. America has never. Let me just use black people in America as an example. There is no any kind of elders in the black community coming together and craft a decree and say, this is our culture. The elders have not said it. The only culture that I know here that has been established is the jumping of the broom. When people get married, they jump the broom. That is the only thing that I know that is close to a culture. Elders have to sit down. Elders have to discuss and agree amongst those men that this is how we operate. This is how we do things. That
Yeah,
is when a culture is established.
I don't know, man. I think that we do have cultures.
And tell me, what is the culture?
We have multiple cultures here.
No,
There was a point where
mhm.
there was a point when black people were more unified and all of that other stuff during, especially during the civil rights. Potentially before that, there were cultures. Even in the
Okay,
early, even
okay.
in the
Let me tell you why what you're saying doesn't add up. You can't say there was a time because culture never changed. You can't say that there was a time because culture doesn't go by there was a time. And if there is culture, you will name it to me and say, oh, this is culture.
but
Let me tell you what culture is.
but I'm
Culture is
saying
this
there's cultures in Africa, and I can only go
because
off
the,
of what. Hold on, let me
exactly.
finish. Let me finish. So there are cultures in Africa, and this is from what I'm receiving off
Mhm.
of the internet. Right, there are some cultures in Africa that are stepping away from their more traditional cultures and opening up to a new culture as to where they're inviting different things and different ways that they present themselves. So I think that culture. I understand what you're saying, but I think that culture, especially in America, has that ability and potential to change. Right? We have we got rap culture, hip hop. At one point, that was a part of culture, right?
Those are trend. Those are not culture. Those are trend. They're not culture. People are just calling it culture. And the black community is pushing back and saying that that is not a culture. That is a trend. In Africa, okay, those people that are telling that Africans are stepping away from their culture, yes, there are people that are stepping away from the culture, but Africa is not stepping away from the culture. That is why they tell you today that Africa is now bringing back the culture to teach it the kids. If not, our culture is going to be lost. And one thing
Every
that you have to also understand, let me put this forward to you real quick. What you also have to understand in Africa is this, right? There are people in Africa that tend to do what pleases them. So they won't practice the culture when it doesn't please them. And then they will run back to the culture when it pleases them. It's just a human thing. But the culture is there. When you want to marry somebody's daughter, you have to follow that procedure. When you want to do anything, you have to follow because the culture is stated. This is what you got to do. And if you don't want to do it, you won't marry. That is the culture.
Yeah, I don't know if I can agree with that. I think that there are a lot of subcultures in America. Africa across the continent, I'm sure don't share similar cultures. There's areas that was invaded and they no longer have certain cultures where they carry it out fully and completely. So I get what you're saying, but it's almost you're ignoring all of the cultures that
No,
is in America.
And Kenny, he's
not,
correct.
no,
You use the
uh,
word all. All is entirety. And I don't think that's fair to the conversation because there's either a majority or a minority within our construct as how we live in the United States compared to Africa. He fell short.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Kenny. What I'm saying is that there has not been any agreement yet. If we want to set a culture in America, there got to be people that will have to come up. Whatever is in existence that has been already here, they have to say, okay, this is our culture. Jumping off the broom is a unanimous agreement. There are other things that can be implemented into the culture, but the elders have to speak so that way it is established, and then everybody of that race have to follow that culture. Africa has, okay, let me say this: Africa has almost 65%. I might not be right, of similar culture across Africa. That's why you see a Nigeria will tell an Ethiopia, oh, that's not our culture. And Ethiopia know what he's saying, even though they're about 2,000 or 3,000 miles apart from each other, right? It will be like, okay, I'm sorry, that's not our culture. Because as you go down the continent, or as you go up the continent, or as you spread across the continent, because we all moved away from one place, so we took the culture with us. In America here, there are many things that African American brothers and sisters do here that are very similar to African culture. Very, very similar. But it has not been established yet so that people will understand that this is what guides us. That's why I keep pushing. Go ahead.
There's still so many different types of culture in America. It's even in the Black community. Again, we have hip hop culture, we have gang culture, which is essentially unified all across the country. We have police culture, we have religion. That's a culture. Like there's so many different cultures that spread out across this country that you can't sit here and say that there's no culture here.
You win the argument, you win the discussion as for pushback when he uses the word all or every, because that would not be correct. Where you fell short is trying to say what they introduced in Africa, which is getting heavy pushback. They're introducing normalizing homosexuality, getting away from polygamy is a regular thing in certain places, and being more free as for women to be traditional as we do over here, and take away from the structure that they already established over there that's been successful for centuries. But as for over here, he does have a point. We don't have Big Mama no more. We went through the baby boomers, went through the crack era. We went through single moms being empowered by government forces and taking dads out of the home. You understand? So he does have a point. There's a portion that lacks that substance. The symbolism of the nuclear family is going astray, if not more evident than the discussions that we've been having, the pushback of how women treat men, how men treat women, even today within given discussions. If you peeped it while you were sipping your mimosa, women are inclined. No, salute. I'm not dissing you, even though he took an hour. So
it was two glasses, man. Come on, man.
You watch women interject and try to spin your thinking on how they felt about given situations, rather than the dynamic. If you were doing and following the elders, how Big Mama and Big Papa used to be, that would fit. But now they're empowered to use certain words and they don't take onus of them. But if you use those words to them, your words become harmful and they land on them.
But the thing is, in that situation, in my opinion, I think that is now the culture. That is now a part of the culture.
Okay, so how you're saying it, are you in acceptance? Are you okay with it?
No. My point in saying that is that there are different subcultures in America. So the biggest difference of what I can only assume, because I've never lived in Africa. I don't know fully the African laws and so on and so forth. But in America, America has always been set on you being able to think, feel, and do whatever the fuck you want to under the Constitution of the law, right?
America for whom?
Let's not get into that.
Can I
But you said it.
interject and say something after you finish, Viz?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So with that being said, with us being able to acknowledge all of the different cultures that happens in America, in subcultures that happen in Black America, then there's an option for you to either abide by this culture or for you to reject it. So that's my perspective on it. Just because there was a culture that we used to eat, or still do, eat pig intestines. That was something that I never chose to take a part of.
You mean
So that
chitlins?
doesn't mean that I'm less
You're speaking of
cultural.
chitlins, right?
Chitlins, right?
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean that I'm less cultural or less of a Black person because I don't eat chitlins. It's because I choose not to eat chitlins. So we're in a position to where at one point you may have had to eat chitlins to survive, and now we're at a point where that's an option. So I think that it's still different cultures that you can take heed of that happens every single day in America.
So what I was going to say is I actually agree with you, Viz, as well. I think the difference is kind of what you're saying. There's an American culture, and then there's a Black American, right? So you can go anywhere in the world, and people can identify you as American based on language, the way that you speak, maybe the stuff that you have on, right? So you can recognize that. So I think there's an American culture, but in terms of Black culture, when we're talking about culture in general, it's just it typically includes, like, is a way of life for a group of people that they have like certain shared like beliefs and values and behaviors, and is like inclusive of different foods and arts and literature. So when you're talking about things like hip hop music, that is a part of Black culture, not just hip hop music. I mean, we've done, R&B, we have created rock and roll, all of those, right? So that is a part of Black culture. You brought up food, that is a part of Black culture. And then there are certain behaviors and things that we do as Blacks that no matter, like when you start talking about your childhood with somebody that lives somewhere else in America, across the world, it's just certain things that y'all did that too growing up. Oh, that was so fun. So it's things that as Black people we've shared and have been passed down from generation to generation based on the way we were raised. That is only like only Black people will understand that. So there is culture, but to your point, even more, Viz, is that even within that, there's subcultures within the Black culture as well. So because there are certain traditions that are created that we do as, Black people. But then when you get in certain locations, there are other, traditions that's for that group that's in that specific area. So I think that's kind of what Kine was talking about, that more so in whichever country he's from, that there might be specific cultures that everybody abide by. Whereas in America, when you look at the umbrella of American culture, it is about somewhat individuality. So a culture for this Black group may not necessarily look as the same for the other culture that might live in California versus New York. You know what I'm saying? So culture exists.
Yeah, black culture influences Africa. It influences England. They got drill rap in England. You know what I'm saying?
It's reciprocal. And it's reciprocal. People take bits and pieces of what they want from all around the world and incorporate it. If you go to Japan, You hear them rapping. You know, Wu-Tang was very big over there, still is big, and have a
they
cult
footwork.
following over there. So everything is in pieces. When you use all and every is the only pushback I gave to Kenny. But I would push back Viz and say you still eating chitlins today because you said we have a normalcy within this country. As for doing what you want to do when you want to do it, you don't. Because if in a workplace, I give you the example, you got to take a code of conduct. Now, if you have someone that is part of the alphabet community, you have to live the illusion with them. So how free are you in this country? You have more rights than you did before your forefathers. You're not getting hit with no fire truck hoses and getting bit by dogs, but there's still an advanced game being played out here. And it goes back to what we were talking relationship based.
Oh, but Kenny, the thing is with that code of conduct, that's an option that you have. You can say, oh no, I'm not going to agree by that code of conduct.
Wait, wait, Viz, you're 100%
are you
correct.
referring in a sense of a job, or like what do you mean by that?
That's pretty much what I stated. But
right. So if I'm
you
going
do
to
have a choice.
Job,
you do have a choice. You buy it or don't work.
Right. That's what I was saying. So either you make the choice of, okay, I'm going to conduct by this code of conduct, or I'm not going to work and go work somewhere else.
Okay,
like
so
you have that choice.
So here's the normalcy. It's been put into law. So now you're limited free will wise unless you're an entrepreneur. And I heard one of y'all earlier say, not everybody, I think it came from you. Not everyone is built to be an entrepreneur.
Correct.
So now you're talking about the majority of the country, which now these standards are mandated. They're mandated by labor laws that you have to take a code of conduct. You can look that up. So now I either work or go sell hot dogs or collect bottles. In the land that you just said, I got more freedom to do whatever I want until it comes to things that they know that they can bind your hands with and have you abide. And if you step out of line, it will slap your hand. Great person that you brought up, Nick Cannon. What did he do when he spoke on the Jewish folks? And he wasn't trying to be disrespectful. He had to go sit down with their national board and take the slap on the hand or lose revenue. The one that we say, even though Hank is adamant, and I have to agree with him, he wants to be a stay-home father, but when you're a high-value man, you make a choice. Either I conduct myself with all these businesses that I have running, stop making all these kids because you probably want more, and just be a devoted home dad, or be a high-value man in the top 5%, knowing that I have to be all around the world throughout the months, and I have to do what I have to do. Such as a judge who's going through it, who has took lashes and abuse from everybody, even people on his panel, for him protecting his family. So it's a choice to make.
Mr. you want to mention anything? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I didn't understand the Nick Cannon part that you mentioned with him bringing up the people. Nick Cannon knew what he was getting himself into by saying that, because he's been in the industry for decades. So he knows what he can and cannot say. He, even for him to get on that one show with the America's Got Talent or whatever, even for him to do that, he got put in that position for a reason. You know what I'm saying? This is Nick Cannon we're talking about. He's not like some super influential person. They picked him for.
He actually is.
He is now because he was on that show, but
he had a resume before that.
Nationwide, Nick Cannon, he was a movie actor that had a couple good movies. His best one probably Drumline, most memorable. So for him to get put in that position, he had to have known what was the do's and what was the don'ts. and that's why he's in the position that he's in. So he knew what he was doing and saying before he got into that position when he signed up for it in order for him to be put there.
Nah, I think that Nick Cannon situation, I think that was a real pivotal moment in, movie entertainment. Well, not let me not say movies. Let me just say the direction the country was moving, or the culture the country was moving into, because that conversation he had showed you that even being inquisitive, even having a conversation, you could be deemed, you could be given a certain title just off of the conversation, just off of even being inquisitive of certain things. So I think that was a pivotal time because he was essentially punished for having the conversation. And after that, everybody else who has tried to have that conversation or had any questions or said, why is this like this or why is that like that? They've been given the same Nick Cannon treatment. Kanye West. You see what they do. Like Kanye has an album out that he dropped probably 2 weeks ago that is doing well without the system, without the machine. You know what I mean? He's probably at like 150,000 sales, which is excellent, with no promotion, with no streamers, with no, you know what I mean? You know how impossible that is nowadays. So he would be at, let's say, 350 if he was still in the machine. You know what I mean? But when you speak about those people you had, and he did it a different way. Like that's the crazy thing. Like Kanye did it a certain way to get a certain response. Nick did what I thought was responsibly, respectfully, just having a conversation, and you saw what happened to him. So I think, it is a get down to lay down type of culture that's going on.
And you sign up for that.
But I think that's the first time we've seen it done that way. You understand what I'm saying? Where you asking a question can give you a certain title, and all of a sudden people ain't dealing with you. Sponsors is pulling out. They try to cut off your air. And if you're dependent upon that system, which he was, you know what I mean? Like Nick Cannon was like the quote unquote the guy next door. You know what I mean? He was safe. He was the safe black guy, which is why he was on America's Got Talent. You know what I mean? He was that person that
exactly
I feel like white people feel safe around.
For sure.
Which is why I think why they whooped him like that.
Yeah, we'll push back. I haven't heard that since Muhammad Ali. When he said I wasn't going to fight for a country that wouldn't fight for black people, and look what they did to him. But that's a good example. We watched in broad view them strip him of $1 billion net worth and took away a lot of intellectual property that he had that would have substantiated him as a billionaire. Just like this. When's the last time you heard a big bank ain't going to take hundreds of millions from you and don't want to do business with you? That's a different animal right there. That they don't even want to touch your money. So you can understand how powerful these people is. Let's talk Kyrie. Look what he went through.
But fellas, I think we're missing the bigger picture of this. In order to achieve that level of success, you have to get walked through a certain door. So again, Kanye, Nick, and I'm quite sure that this has happened before. We probably just didn't see this on the scale because we now have the internet and information is able to be spread like that. But I'm almost positive that this has happened before, because as long as I can remember, before I became a teenager, I remember jokes about not bringing up the Jews and what the Jews are doing in hip hop. Like in the early 90s, they talked about that all the time, about how the Jews control rap and all the other stuff. So these are things that we've been knowing. The only difference is that we are now able to see the effects of it on a grander scale. So I get what you're saying, but again, in order for you to get through that door to achieve that level of success, you gotta you know what, all right, if you're doing this, you gotta get down and lay down. It's one or the other. Either you're gonna fall in line or you're not, or we're gonna blackball you. We see it all the time in Hollywood. If you
And I
don't go,
know
if you don't follow what it is that we're telling you, we're going to blackball you.
So you just spun the block on your original statement saying that we have free will, we can do whatever we want.
You have the
Remember that?
choice to say that I'm going to get down or lay down. You can easily walk away from it. The
Which one
same
you
way
gonna
that you
do?
can say I'm with it, you can say I'm not with it.
Viz, you in that business. Which one you gonna do? What door you gonna go through?
I've talked about this on this platform before, and I have turned down jobs because they wanted me to do something that I did not want to do.
And what's that?
You got to go back and rewind the tape, man.
Nah, you can tell me right now. I'm your brother.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It was
Mm.
something that it was something that went against my morals.
Is
So
it something
the
that you could put in the
decision for
back
me.
chat?
So why you want to know so bad, man?
Because
All
we
it
having a
was.
discussion. I'm a man of details. I apologize, Viz. But when you tell me something, it's just like, all right, so is it something that you're going to get that knock on the door? Or is it like, yeah, you refrain? Because I respect it if you don't want to talk about it. I'll ease off.
Yeah. So again, it was something that I was uncomfortable with.
Respect.
And even though it paid out the money, it was something that I did not agree with and went against my morals. So I gracefully bowed out of it. And you have anybody has the opportunity to do that. But
easier.
But it's not easier said than done.
Yes, it is.
It's not,
Okay,
because
so can I give you a case in point?
That with Kenny, with you saying that, you take away the accountability of that person. So if I'm telling you that you got to do X, Y, and Z to get X, Y, and Z, and you really don't want to do that, but you need it, you now have to take on the accountability of what comes with following up with that. So me personally, as an accountable man, I made the decision to not go along with it. So it's not a that's easier said than done.
It
By
actually
saying
is.
that you're empowering the confusion that we see often. In my
No.
opinion,
Okay. Well,
you're empowering the confusion that we see often in this culture.
Okay, to set the stage properly, your situation is different than other situations where you don't, or if you make that choice, your family will go hungry. Let's talk about the shot, and I'll leave it at that because I know you can't say too much about that. There are a lot of people that did not want to, that was given an ultimatum during that pandemic. You either take it or you don't work here. Over 70% of this nation is check to check. Now, I either take the shot or I'm paycheck to paycheck and I don't feed my family. A large part of this country took the shot because they have to feed their families. There's a portion that did not take it that still have not recovered financially. Then there are those that had the financial means and the ability to hold off until that whole thing was revisited, parsed out, and found to be unjust. This is different than the casting couch, respecting what you went through. All due respect. But I can say that because it's a large case, not just what you went through, which is a small majority compared to what I just pointed out to you.
That's fair. And I mean, I don't want to go deep into that rabbit hole, but if you
I'm
look
just saying,
at
I
it,
have to respect that because
that's
your
fair.
business is tricky.
That's fair. That's fair. Now to the point with the jab, oddly enough, the administration that is in now enforced that, in which the Supreme Court, I want to say, essentially said that that was unconstitutional. So I just wanted to point that out too.
Is it them, or under good old who had someone who was running the WHO on our side saying that do 6 feet of distance and set these mandates, then he had to appear in court and state that he did not know what he was doing, and that was not under the Biden regime, that was under the Trump, the one who set the rules.
I gotta say this to you guys, right? When it comes to COVID and that injection, I took the vaccine. Some people didn't take it, but I gotta say this, right? When it comes to life and death, you gotta make a life and death decision. Some people just want to die. Some people just don't give a damn because they think they're beyond death. Some people don't want to die. That's what happened during that COVID vaccine. People made individual choices, but to me personally, the vaccine was necessary. It might be a necessary evil, but it was necessary because if you know friends that come close to death because they were just being stubborn, right? You're not going to argue that stuff because I know people that caught it, how sick they got, and I know a friend that was declared dead. He was declared dead. It was just a medical doctor intern that was doing his housemanship that saved that guy's life. Today, he's working with oxygen. Everywhere he goes, he takes an oxygen with him. In fact, the day he had that COVID, I begged him. His late wife begged him to go to hospital. I even volunteer myself in that risk and my car in that risk to take him to the hospital. He refused. And he was in my car for hours, going from one place to other, running errand, starting from 6 a.m. in the morning. By 11 a.m., that's it. He was knocked down. They had to take an ambulance and transport him to hospital. In 2 hours after that, he lost his memory. He didn't even know where he was. They put a tube inside him. In fact, somebody that was working 3 hours earlier to go to a reading bed. I saw a lot of things during COVID, man, that I was, forget this political correctness. I had to go take vaccine. And the crazy part, in that political correctness, there are a lot of Republicans or people that believe in Republican that went and took that vaccine, while some of them didn't take it. But some hardcore friends of mine that are Republican to the hardcore went and took that vaccine and didn't even admit that they took it. It was years later they admitted that they took it. So, guys, please, when it comes to life and death, I would say don't spread information. If you believe that you wouldn't take that vaccine, just keep it to yourself, but don't tell other people because guess what? You're putting lives at risk. That's just me. I wouldn't do that.
Well, welcome to America.
Yeah, where people want to die and they take others with them. America is where people want to die and they
Let's
take
move
others
on
with
to the
them.
next topic. Welcome to America.
Man, he hit him with this. This is America.
Yeah, I know. Where people want to die and then they took others with them. They don't want to die alone.
Okay.
Hey, JR, what was it? You said you had a couple more topics, man. You want to do on the back end. What was it, man? I'm curious.
Well, I know Shan brought up. I know we talked about it. I don't know what show we talked about it. It might have been that live show on Wednesday, but it was about women being single. Shan, you there? I don't know if she's still there or not. It was that one, but I know we discussed it already, but just not with these people. And the other topic was, I know it was the Ryan Clark one. Let me see what else I had. Hold on. Y'all can start a little conversation or something. I was silent.
No, man. Look, this whole Cam and Nick Cannon thing, man. It's disturbing to me, man. I hate it because, and this is another reason why. It's because other people gonna see this shit and think they can do the same damn thing, and they're nowhere near financially where Cam and Nick is. But they think they gonna get away with it. Yeah, I can have us. There's nothing wrong with me having multiple babies, multiple homes, and all that. Yeah, that's not good. It's not a good message to put out there because 90% of us can't afford to live and move like what Cam and Nick is doing. But yet we get in our mind, tell us, oh well, shit, why they can do it, why can't I? Because you're not them dudes. I'm just saying.
In therein lies the pushback, because it's not something morally or ethically you feel is correct. But if you put like an African brother I know up in Harlem who has 8 kids, 2 wives, both of them still live with them, traditional African through and through. He doesn't make over 80,000. He pretty much told me this. But they live in harmony. Big pot, feed everybody. I don't know. I could only go by what he tells me. His kids look happy when I see the whole crew of them coming down the block hand in hand. I've met both his wives, and I was like, they stick to tradition. You know, I get what you say, Hank. You're old school. You come from that cloth that I grew up under. But then Nick Cannon, he did give some pushback because he mentioned like comments that was against his lifestyle. He responded, "What do you think I care what you think? I'm doing I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, what I feel is necessary for my household." And can't say nothing about that. I understand the things that are priceless, the time, the caring, the instruction, because all them kids just can't get that from the mother, even though he said all his child's mothers are in agreement or have an understanding and have conversations with him as for how his kids are raised. Hank, you right. How do you parse out the time with 168 hours in a week that you're going to dedicate to these kids while you're flying out, making mega deals, getting mega money, creating new forms and things? There has to be a trade-off. So if we use that as an example, let's take the kids out of it. Look at the judge. When's the last time you think his wife ever wanted for anything? But she wanted all. Trade-offs and compromises. So I stopped doing this because this is what got you in a life of comfort and being kept, or I lose you. The very thing that you're now bored with. Say he stepped out. Let's give him some accountability. They worked it out. You came back. Y'all been at this place before. Where are you going at 60 odd years old thinking that you're going to change the game? Listen, you know what you got in your man. He knows what he got in you. There got to be a point where there's trade-offs and compromises. And Viz, I get your point, but I always push back on you. You can't say I agree with you 100% and say but. Because the points that you made following up was the points that made what certain people said fail. So, Hank, your dynamic is you can be home. Now, suppose you get stardom. Would you turn it down if somebody says, Hank, I could put you on the show. I'm going to give you $100 million, but you just got to fly around for the next 10 years, 5 to 10 years. And, we're going to make you a global entity. Your face is a brand, right? And put you in different markets. Would you accept it or no?
So my position I'm at right now, my kids not at home, no kids at home. I could probably get away with that, but prior to, I couldn't. I couldn't do it. Cause see now I could pack up me and my wife and we can move to whatever Protective City is going on, and we can do that. Prior to when we had kids at home, yeah, we can't do that. Now, what I would probably do is try to make some exceptions. Okay, I'm willing to do what you're talking about, that 5-year deal. But can we do it in a city that is within a close distance? Okay, what's the next major city? Maybe Chicago. I'll be willing to fly to Chicago and make these things happen. No problem. I'll be willing to relocate to Chicago for a short period of time to make these things happen. No problem. There's also a drive that I can make from my home to Chicago in about 4.5, 5 hours to the most if there's traffic. 5 hours to the most if there's traffic. So I will be willing on doing it. Why? Because me and my wife could pick up, go for the week, go for the weekend, and do what we got to do. And I come back home and do what I got to do back here. Or if I like it that much, we'd be willing to relocate it for the city in a permanent. If that city's what I feel like is conducive to finish living out my life, yeah, I'll do that. But it's gonna be a conversation because, like I said, I can't move like a single man no more. Yesterday at 1:00 p.m., I said I do, so I can't move and operate like that no more. I gotta move as a husband, so I gotta operate and make decisions like a husband would. So, baby, let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what this phone call is about. I had this meeting. This happened. He offered this situation. I like it. I really I think it's a great idea. I'm gonna see what you think about it. And then we're gonna talk about it. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna have to make a final decision. Whether I'm gonna go with it or not.
Makes sense.
Hey, congratulations too on that, bro. You gotta put that out.
That's coming right now, isn't it?
You said what?
You about to get, or you already did?
No, I did it Saturday. Saturday at 1 p.m.
Wow. Congratulations, big man.
Congratulations, Hank.
Thank you. Thank
What
you.
did you do? What did you do on Saturday? My bad. I was distracted.
God damn.
Yeah, sorry about that. Tell me.
Yeah,
What was it?
I got married at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, congratulations. Welcome back. Welcome
I know.
back. Yeah,
I'm back.
welcome back.
Now I'm back in the fraternity again, ain't I?
Yeah, back to the fraternity. But let me put it this way, right? Because somebody was saying something about do what works in your family. No, I don't think that is the case. It's not a matter of doing what works in your family because you don't know what works in your family until you have that real conversation. You see what I'm saying? Until you listen to the other person. Because sometimes we think, oh, this is what is working in our family. But other person is also independent mind thinking. They have a mind of their own. But the thing is to make both minds not independent. The two minds have to correspond because that's how communication flow. You have to build that bridge. Even if you guys have communication by loud or by low tone, but communication has to happen because you got to deduce what is said. You see what I'm saying? Because sometimes one thing that happens in life is that we, either men or women, think that we have what it takes, or we know it all. Without listening to the other person, even if they're yelling or they have a low voice, without picking out something that they're saying. Because when you can pick out something that somebody's saying, you won't lead to Judge Mathis finding out many years later that the wife has been complaining about the way he travels without spending time in the family to know what is going on. We all have family and we all have working people. And some of us do have businesses, right? But one thing that preserves us is to understand that no matter what we do in life, there is somebody we're making that thing for. The posterity that we're going to leave behind is going to be inherited by someone. Because I know so many rich people in Nigeria that their businesses are not even existing anymore. These people build millions of dollars worth of businesses. Now they're gone. Most of them are dead, and the business died with them because they did not carry the family along. They didn't have that communication between husband and wife to carry the kids along. They didn't spend time in the house to understand how do my kids think? How do they react? How does my wife think? How does she react? They did not do any of those things. Sitting down in the house, understanding the way your family functions, helps you to sustain your legacy. So some people in the chat room might disagree with me, or some of you guys in the panel might disagree, but you need to spend time with your family. If I'm at work right now with clients, or have a client that's going to come in for business, and I'm needed in my house, man, I'm going home. I will get a business partner to handle my situation, to handle my client for me. You see what I'm saying? I will have them to handle it. I can lose that money today and save my family forever. Or I can make that money today and lose my family forever. So the choice is mine. But just understand that that 1 second decision that you made can change the trajectory of your family. That's why I always say to people, no matter what you do, your family comes first. You are replaceable at your work. I have a company. I'll let everybody that work with me know that you are replaceable. So don't think that you're going to keep your family aside to go do this job. You're going to lose that family, but just get that pay. The pay only lasts for a day, but family lasts forever. So the choice is yours.
What's going on, Into the Dragon?
Shout out to the panel. Been a good show so far. I'm a late comer though. I didn't get to catch up on the rest.
Well, how do you know how good the show is?
Because I heard that you just took that big plunge. So congratulations on that. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to ask why even come up here though? Why even come up here though? Was like, so now this is like day 0. So like, do you feel like different, like a husband yet? Has that kicked in? Or is it just like a normal day?
You talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's what
that's what I wanted to ask you.
So you can ask me again. I'm sorry. I was reading something.
Like now that you're a husband, like you're a husband now, like official and all that, because it's been a long time waiting, man. Ever since I've known you, you've been like, yo, man, I'm getting married, I'm doing this, I'm not gonna move like that no more. So this being day 0, do you feel that different now, or is it just like another day?
Man, look, my mindset was different once I opened myself up to be even vulnerable enough to get married again. So I got divorced in 2016. I went to counseling for 2 years to even be open to get married again. Because before then, I was in the mode like a lot of these dudes are. Fuck marriage. I'm not even gonna get married again. That's the mindset. That's the way I was moving. I went to therapy. I said, man, okay, maybe I can do it. Shout out to my father. He got remarried. I watched him be successful. My uncle, he got remarried. I watched him be successful. So if they can do it, shit, why can't I? And I had other family members and friends who was able to do it too. And I got, some advice and some feedback for some other people who I trust, people who's in my fraternity down me, and they share with me, it could be done. It could be successful, even though the first one didn't work out. Saying you learn from your mistakes, you learn from your mishaps and the decisions you make, and you just keep it moving. And so with that encouragement and those words of advice and just listening and paying attention, man, and pondering back some of the things I did and what I'm going to do differently, put me in that mindset. But it was all about finding the right person. I don't know if you ever heard me talk before, but I got a lot of strict standards a lot of bullshit I don't accept. That I see a lot of dudes they tolerate and put up with. I don't. I'm old fashioned. I'm cut from a different cloth, like Kenny said. I believe in gender roles. I believe in hierarchy, and it takes a special type of woman to deal with me because I'm not easy to deal with. I'm telling you right now. I don't smile a lot. I don't talk a lot. I don't take no bullshit. So for a woman to have to deal with that, yeah, she a real one. So I'm gonna bless her, and that's what happened. She got blessed. I hope that answered your question.
It sure did.
Right on.
When you get married, EPD?
I don't know. I was married once before, so being a husband's a completely different role that I had no idea. I believe I was completely unqualified for that role. I didn't know what I was doing, especially at 20 something with a baby. Um, I mean, I did it because she wanted to get married, and I'm thinking, I have a child with this woman. We're still together, so it's the right thing to do. Work through the problems, get married, maybe solidify some things. Maybe we would both grow and mature. I grew out of my, scandalous ways that I was in at the time. But yeah, it hurt her a lot because I just kept stepping out on her, even though I was married. It didn't. It slowed down and it stopped for a minute, and it just kept going. So it was really just one of those things where I just wasn't ready for that role, and I never should have stepped into it. I just wasn't ready. But lessons learned, divorce, child support, other side of it now, success, house, car, job. I mean, now I'm in a better position than other people, and especially from where my mindset was when I was 20 something running around. So I might. I mean, it's a consideration. I mean, um, there's a lot more money and risk involved, but I think the person that I'm with now, I mean, I've been with her since I was a teenager. We're high school sweethearts. So um, as far as us getting along and knowing each other, there is no reacquaintance. There is no well, I really don't know who you are now. Like we're still the two same people that we were when we were teenagers. So this is kind of our second time going at it, but where this is our first time going at it seriously as adults, no parents
So how
involved.
long? How long
About over a year now that
have
we've
you been
reconnected.
together? Like this recent relationship?
Recent relationship's been about a little over a year. October, this coming October will be a year.
She doesn't want to get married.
She does, but I'm like, well, we were teenagers, now we're adults. You got 3 kids, I got one. Um,
Brady
um,
Bunch.
yeah, sort of right. But my, that's just a consideration of mine. I have to factor that in. So I'm like,
Are
I
you
don't
playing
know,
house
just
now, though?
we're playing
Are you
house now.
playing house now?
We are playing house now. This
So,
is what I would consider kind of like the courtship period of, let's just try this out and see where it goes.
well, EBD, let me challenge you with something, brother.
Yeah.
If her requirement is marriage, and you know that's not for you, then why are you doing that woman a disservice?
I don't know. It's not for me because if I think about it, like, am I really? Because here's the question that I would pose to myself: do I really think that I can live this single bachelor life of like randomness and hooking up and um, doing something like? Do I see that long term, 10, 15, 20 years, or do I really see myself like that? That offers no stability, and there's a lot more risk in that. And I'd rather, and the safety is in the institution of marriage to some extent, but that's where your risk is kind of minimized. Put all your eggs in the basket and the best investment, and the best investment is someone who wants you for you. Now, I can honestly say she wants me for me because I didn't have all this when we were first together. So, that's the genuine, I don't have to worry about what she's after me for.
So if you're willing to do that, and if that's what she requires, right? You know what I'm saying? Are you willing to make that decision if it has to come to it?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It sounds like you're fighting within yourself about whether you want to do it or not. It sounds like you still, I guess, evaluating. And you should always be evaluating the situation. But if that's one of her requirements,
Mhm.
are you willing to walk away from her if you're not willing to, you don't feel comfortable in making that step?
No, I would never walk away from her, and I am considering marrying her, but before I take that big investment, that big life-changing investment, I want to be completely prepared. It has to be completely within my control. Where we're gonna live, how we're gonna move, what she's gonna do, what we're gonna do, and we just have not had those kind of serious conversations as of yet.
Okay, so EBD, if you were doing that, what are you waiting on, brother? Because I wouldn't play house with a woman that I'm not serious with. Because look, my woman didn't live with me.
Mhm.
Well, I don't play house with them. No. When I bless her with her last name, that's when you reside in my home.
Yeah.
But not until then. I didn't pay her bills. I know most people say, "Oh, Hank, you crazy." No, I don't pay my woman's bills. Now she's my wife. I have no problem with that. But
Yeah.
my woman, no. Because reasons why I do things like that, because I need to know if you can take care of yourself on your own. I need to know that you're able to maintain. What if something happens to Hank? I get sick, I get down. Can you still maintain our home? Can you still take care of business? You know all the passwords. You know what things need to be paid. You know what business need to be taken care of. Can you do it though? And if you
Yeah.
can't prove to me and show me you can, then I can't be with you. You're not the woman for me. But you got to have these tough conversations with that woman in order to make sure she's what she is. Now,
Yeah.
when everything's good, it's always going to be good, right? You know what I'm saying? The roses are blooming nice. Ain't no pricklies sticking your fingers when you put it in there. But what happens when it does? Are you be willing to? Are you ready to have them conversations and present just like what you just shared with us? Are you ready to present that to her? Like you going to determine at the end of the day, you're gonna make a decision. You're gonna have the conversation with her. We're gonna talk about it, but I'm gonna make the final decision where I want to live, where I think we should live.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna present it to her. And if she's okay with it, then move forward. If not, then you adjust accordingly.
Yeah. And we've had those conversations already, like where we're gonna live, how we're gonna move, um, conditions about her kids and versus mine, things like that. Yeah.
EBD, you heard those standards? Now,
Yeah.
I hark a question.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of women watching this. When they heard that, I know they clutched their pearls. And what's the percentage of women that you think would abide by that if a man tells them, "Nah, I'm not paying for nothing. I wanna see how you conduct yourselves." You think that the majority of women would be honest without trying to spin it with word salad and saying he's a El Cheapo, etc. And you know what they call men that understand their value and wish to protect it. How many of those women would abide by what he says?
Hey, you only need one though.
I gave the paradigm.
He's right. That's a good question. That's a good question.
That's a great question. But at the same time, you only need one. Like it doesn't
Agreed.
matter. Say it again.
Agreed.
It doesn't matter if, in my opinion, I don't think that it matters if it's the majority or the minority. All I need is that one. I just need that one to understand and be on the same page as I. I don't give a fuck if everybody else is jumping off the bridge and I'm not. And I see this one person like, oh no, I'm not jumping on the bridge off the bridge either. And that's all that should matter.
Okay, so let me box you in. That's the outcome. You find your unicorn. How many women will you have to go through before you think, in today's standards of how the majority of women conduct themselves, that you'll find that one? Go.
You said what's the what?
No, I heard him. He said how
Oh,
many
okay.
how many women would you have to go through to find that one unicorn that you're talking about? In today's standards, to 2024, how the women are moving now.
I mean, he not gonna want my answer that, so I'm gonna let you answer that.
How would I not want your answer?
I gotta say this, Kenny.
Kenny,
Kenny, I gotta answer you.
Hold on, Nick. You just can't jump in.
Okay.
People off, man.
Okay.
One, se-
Okay.
one second.
Goddamn acting bully. Stop all that bullying
Viz,
shit.
Viz, it's yours to answer. We're having a discussion.
If we, in that case, again, a person could go through 10 women or they can go through one woman. You know, it just depends on where they are mentally, as well as that potential unicorn that they come across as well. And are we crossing on the same paths? So if I can tell early on, before I start courting this woman, if I can tell early on that me and this woman aren't going to mesh and I don't have the desire to, then you keep it chucking. So, you know, I guess the better question would be, how much are you willing to invest into multiple women to find that one? Right?
No, the question was fine the way it was.
Okay. Well,
Percentage
that's
wise,
that's that's my
what's
answer.
okay? Kenny. Yeah.
What was your question again?
Okay, with the state today, like Hank said, that he doesn't want EBD given
Yeah,
this women.
I remember. Thank you. Thank you for
Then I
rephrasing. I just
jumped.
remembered.
Okay, then I jumped to the part
Yeah.
where
Okay.
the standards that Hank put down, how many women in today's society would be able to abide by those things. Then I got pushed back by Viz saying you only need one
Mm-hmm.
rather than answering the question.
Yeah.
That would be the outcome. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
With persistence, volume, maybe enough lumps getting dropped on your back, and seeing them canaries fly around your head. You're gonna eventually
Mm-hmm.
find one that wishes to put ointment on your wounds and say, "I am that
Mm-hmm.
woman that will be here for you." But within today's modern society, how many women do you think would abide by a man saying, "I'm not paying none of your bills. I want to see how you sustain yourself. Show me that you're worthy of me." Because a lot of men are scared today to say, "I am the prize. I have the cookie."
Yeah. Yeah. But remember this, Kenny. Human behavior is based on information that they received, right? The 2024 woman is that she's too stubborn to let the information that she received, which happened to be false, go and go by reality. The reason why I say this is this: if a man has the patience to deal with a woman, he can be able to remove a lot of information that she had, but it would take a long time. Do I have that patience? Hell to the no, I don't. I won't have the patience to have to do that. So then you have to go through a lot of women. Like me, by the time I got my wife, right, I went through a lot of women. Every woman wants you to pay their bill. Every woman wants you to do this. They want you to do 520 things the same time. They believe that you're a superman. No, I'm not. And I don't aspire to be one. So it's not something easy in any fact of life. But is it achievable? Yes. Your first attempt might be the woman, but you blew it up as a man. You know what I mean? Because it came too easy. And then you start learning that, oh shit, I've messed up, but that one is gone. Before you can get a second one, which is going to be your final one, it might take years because now you meeting the ratchet of the ratchet, the ones that came out of different types of families. I am not going to pay any woman's mortgage or rent. Hell to the no. It's not going to happen. Because number one, you shouldn't be living by yourself. Take your ass to your parents. Live with your parents. Live with your sister. If you move to a new city where you don't have family members, but you move there because you want to start a new life, that was your choice. That's not my choice. I can't pay for your life decision or your choice. It's not gonna happen. So with that being said, I don't think any man should do that. But if you want to get a woman in 2024 that will conform to your program, brother, it's gonna take a whole lot of women to get here. It will.
I don't think that's the case. I wholly believe that if you show up and present yourself in a certain manner, and you place yourself in certain positions and places, and you're not at the club, and you're not out at 3 a.m. at White Castle or Whataburger looking for some ass, then I don't think that you are going to have to go through a bunch of women in order to find that one. Because whatever it is that you're looking for, if you put yourself in that place, then you should find it. That's the law of attraction. That's how the universe works. So
Vince,
if you running,
Vince,
if you're running, I'm still talking, bro. I'm still talking. So if you're running through a bunch of different women, then that means that you're intentionally running through a bunch of women. You have no intention on finding that one, in my opinion. So if you just out having fun, you're
yeah,
not looking for a wife,
but they can see me
then
talk. Oh shit.
Now he's
if
talking to
you
his wife.
if you're looking for that one, if you're looking for a wife, then I think that, again, if you're not in places where the women are that you don't want, then your percentage, the likelihood of you finding that one, instantly rises.
So
So
Viz, real quick,
go ahead.
where is this proverbial garden of this cornucopia of marriageable women that you're gonna just run into? Like, we had a discussion, remember, back on King Talk with Clout, and he said you can go to a church and I could take you to a certain bar. Shout out to Clout. Where is this proverbial place where you can look through a handful of women and find somebody that you can love forever without going through volume?
So you're saying that you can't find a wife at church?
I did not say that.
That's one of the places you don't want to do it either.
Wait,
You don't want to go to church.
Hold
But
on.
that's what that
I like what
statement
you
sounds
tried to
like.
do. Viz, I like what you tried to do. Curve the initial question. But let's get back on track. Where is the proverbial place, since you said you could find it at this place? You just pointed out a burger joint. Not saying that you can't find love while you're getting fries and a quarter pounder, but the chances, let's go percentage wise. So you don't have to go through a couple women to find something that suits you. You're gonna automatically hit the nail on the head the first, second, or third time that you meet women.
It's possible.
Okay, what are the okay, EBD? What are the percentages of that?
It's going to be extremely low, given our subculture now. I mean, if you want to talk 1960s, 1950s, that'd be a little bit more true. You can run into your wife at the local, I don't know, soda bar or something like that. The communities were a lot smaller. Your options were a lot more reduced to your immediate environment. Social media wasn't a factor. There weren't, Instagram wasn't a thing. People weren't getting flown out. People weren't even traveling across the state to hook up. Hookup culture wasn't really a thing. I mean, there are so many factors, and when we talk about marriage, that influence whether or not it works. It worked, which means past tense, for its time. But now, I mean, the only thing that works isn't a marriage, but a divorce. Divorces work more than marriage.
Hing, where did you find your wife at? Where did you come across your wife at?
At the cafeteria.
The cafeteria. I met my fiance on Facebook. So I understand. I understand. There's a lot of fear that's tied to marriage and going through the steps of finding a person and not wasting time with them and things of that nature. Me personally, I've never based my life off of percentages. That's never been a thing for me. I never went outside and was like, man, I wonder what the percentage is of me finding my wife at church, I wonder what the percentage is of me finding my wife at the laundromat. That was I wonder what the percentage is of me going to the club right now and I'm single and me bagging a baddie and cracking her tonight. That was never my idea, my mindset at no point in time. It was I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. And 9 out of 10 times it happened. So I think that if we take away that fear of living by percentages and putting a ceiling over the potential that we could have, I think that we miss out on those opportunities because you can find your wife at the gas station. You can find your wife standing in line at the fucking at the grocery store. It's anywhere. It doesn't when you put yourself in a box as to where is this garden that I'm going to find this woman at, you limit yourselves and you come across the women that you don't want because now you're overlooking and complicating the fact of just being and allowing for that person to come to you. So I think that we complicate something that's so simple where you can literally just go out and interact with people and right off bat, okay, am I vibing with this person? Is she vibing with me? Yes. All right, cool. We start talking more, we start dating. Okay, can I be myself? Do I have to sugarcoat shit or can I be myself around her? Does everything feels reciprocated? Cool. All right, bet. We go through our first argument. How did she handle this? Is this something that I can deal with long term? If it is, then okay, bet. Let's keep going. If it's not, then walk the fuck away. So it's not I don't understand the
Yeah,
desire.
Viz, I got a question for you, Viz. Are you married?
Hold on.
I'm engaged.
Hold on. Hold on. Let the man finish, then ask the question. Right on, brother?
No, he can go ahead because
No, because I'm trying to prolong it for you.
If we let Ikene do it, Ikene gonna do it every time he's got a question. He's gonna just shut somebody off and just start talking. Come on, Ikene, you better than that, brother.
I was asking a question. I wasn't talking. How was it?
So wait, before let me get this off.
Oh, he didn't answer me.
So he said
you
he's
didn't
engaged.
ask, you ain't asked your question.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear
He
it
said he's
because
engaged. He did ask and you did answer.
Pink was distracting me. That's why.
Right. He answered that. He asked the question. I answered it.
My
Yeah,
bad.
you already answered. So let me ask you a question, Viz. You're a decent looking brother. And I can say that proudly. So
Thank you, sir.
From time you was 18 to this age right now, how many women have you dated and been in relationships with?
In serious relationships?
Any type that you was going in that direction. Non-platonic relationships. So you don't have like all this, women that you had some sort of intent of either being intimate with or being with.
I would say
18 till now.
I would say being with long term. I would say serious relationships, like 3 to 4.
All.
I mean, man, I don't know a number.
Okay? So just to be fair to you, is it more than 20?
So there was one point in time in life where I did where I was running the streets. I was doing what I wanted to do. I was young, so yeah, I went through a decent amount of women, you could say.
More than 50?
I wouldn't say more than 50.
More than 20.
But again, I think that the context of this is of what you're trying to say is different because it's women that I'm hooking up with and I'm just enjoying time with or spending time with. This isn't anything serious. I know that it's not nothing serious compared to women that I'm actually serious and intent on having a long-term relationship with. Those are two completely different scenarios that come with two different mindsets. So I
Okay.
don't even think that can be compared or used the same.
It actually could, but I'll even use your model. So
Okay.
you said how many long-term serious relationships? You said 4, right?
So yeah,
Four.
Four.
And one of them is the one that you're engaged with now. Yes.
Correct.
So that means if I did the percentages, that's 25%.
Okay.
So now, don't I make sense?
I don't. What does that mean?
Because I just gave you a model using what came out of your mouth as for your relationships,
Okay.
and the numbers justified everything I said. You're on the lower percentile. If you went through 4 and it's 25% that you found one that you're going to engage with, that means it wasn't easy. You did not find someone that on the first shot, you did not nail it on the head. You had to go through a few before you found that woman for you. Yes or no?
That's fair. At the same time, I would say that a large part of that was I have to take accountability on, because I was not ready to be a husband at that point.
And you went through the volume. Yes?
What does that mean?
Did you not go through a volume of women before you got the epiphany? I wanted to not do what I priorly did and get on the straight and narrow and find something substantial within my life. For getting to this point, I had to go through my whole phase, or whatever they want to call it, and knock down mad women.
Well,
In your words,
let's clarify. It wasn't me going through a whole phase. It wasn't me saying that that I want to be a hoe much rather than being a husband.
Okay.
That's not the fact. The factors.
I
The
see what
factors.
you're doing. Okay.
I'm just clarifying.
Let's remove the word hoe. You
Okay.
went through a phase where you were finding yourself as a man, and you were dipping and dabbing, and then it came a point where you got into 4 serious relationships. Of the 4, 1 you decided to engage. So if I took those 4, if you did the percentages, that's 25%. If you took a test and you took 4 questions and you got 1 right, you got a 25 on the test. Would that be correct?
All right, Kenny. I don't know where you're going with this, because I hear what you're saying, but I said it earlier, where it doesn't matter the percentage as long as you got that one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the outcome.
If I
That's the outcome.
if I go through the 3, then that is a part of life. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the journey of becoming yourself as a man and being placing yourself in a position to be a husband. Most men, the first person that they fall in love with, their first love, realistically, when you're in puppy love, that's not a relation in most cases, that's not a relationship that's going to last long term, because y'all are both finding each other. So I get what you're saying, but to me, I think that is all a part of the journey of becoming a man, of understanding yourself. And regardless if you go through 1 or 50 women, I think that just all depends on that person. I don't think that there's a way that I can say Hink, because Hink went through less numbers of women or something than me, then he got it wrong. Or if Chaotic went through 100, that he got it right. You know, I don't think that there's a wrong or a right in that situation. It's just what it is and where it is that you're ready to be and become a husband.
Okay, so take me and you out of it. Take feelings out of it. Take the uncomfortability that I give you when I present numbers. The
There's no,
numbers are
what am I
the numbers.
uncomfortable
The
about? I
number.
just said, all I said is I don't live by numbers.
Okay, you actually do, but you choose to not adhere to what was pointed out, which was actually factual. Hink had to go through numbers. EBD had to go through numbers. I had to go through numbers. Every man.
I'm talking about
Okay, let me
percentage.
pull back.
I'm talking
The
about the percentage.
majority of men are not going to get it right the first time and find forever.
I agree. I agree.
So where did I go wrong?
I think that's a good point right there, Kenny. But the reason why I say that, because we're gonna try to get MJ in here. MJ, are you there? I don't know if she's there.
I am. Good evening. Oh, good
Oh,
afternoon.
okay.
Thanks, Hank.
Good afternoon. I got you, brother. Gooch, you know I got you, brother. What do you think about this conversation we're having right now, man?
As from what I came in, it just seems like a little bit of growth. Like I guess the more that you mature and the more that you experience, you tend to realize exactly what you're looking for when it comes down to a long-term mate or wife. And it's not like even the women that you probably had dealt with before that you didn't have some form of love for them, but they didn't fit that type of outline that would be best for you later on down the road. And you just finally realize what you was looking for. And when that happens, then you'll actively pursue to say, hey, this is what I want. This is the type of marriage that I want. This is the type of home that I want. You'll make that woman known at that time. That's all I got so far by when I was coming in.
MJ, are you okay? Are you okay with a man telling you, like, I'm vetting you, I'm not paying none of your bills?
Absolutely. I was actually my last relationship, the man I was with didn't pay any of my bills. So
You did come with a
So
good
Kenny trying to
vibe.
take shots at your boy. Kenny trying to take shots at my
it's not take a
my
shot. No,
demands.
it wasn't to take a shot. I'm just trying to say
No,
is
no,
I don't
no,
believe
ma'am, I'm not.
until we are married that that's when the bill starts to mend. Like until then, until we're actually married and we move under one house, you should be taking care of your own stuff. That's just how I
No,
feel.
man. No, ma'am, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Kenny. Kenny was trying to use my example because I'm like a dictator.
Now she's the perfect person to ask, because now it's the woman's perspective. So just to follow up before I pass off, so how many women, if you line up 10 and be honest, would share the same sentiments as you that you know or you're familiar with, that will be okay with how you expressed yourself and found it okay to go by that structure?
And let's add context. Wait, MJ, let's add
Okay,
context to
wait.
that.
You can do it on your question. Your question.
Okay, so as a woman, I will say that it will not be that many. That is not what women are being taught. Women are being taught that if a man is investing in you financially, then that's how he is showing you that he's really interested in you. So with that type of mindset, they are expecting some type of monetary gains or financial to be happening for to them to say that they are actually really invested in you and not just using you for your body. This is what I've seen. So
Now, MJ, with
MJ, let
that
me ask
same,
you this real fast. Are you teaching these women that that's not always the case? That men will just throw their money away, blow money on women just to be doing it, doesn't mean he's really invested in you.
this is what women are actually teaching. More women are actually teaching women now that there has to be a balance, right? There is some men who do invest in like giving gifts and stuff. That is their love language. And then there's other men who are doing it with acts of service, as in, being there for them, like protecting or whatever. There has to be a balance. We are trying to teach women to know that, listen, the men of means, they're telling you every day that they're going to throw money away because it doesn't matter. So you can't really just rely on that they actually are taking you serious.
All right. Thank you, MJ. Go ahead, Fizz. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
no, you good. So MJ, to Kenny's point, to Kenny's question, would you lump those same women that you spoke on, would you lump that in the group that you are surrounded by or in your circle?
So the women in my circle, they weren't looking for men to take care of them. These are women who are very successful. They have their own career. So when they actually was looking for a husband, it was more about their morals, their character, how they view household, how they view family. Are they family men? You know, do they like to go out? Things of that. They was more dealing with things that are not tangible and stuff, you know. That's how they view it. So I like my small circle is a very small circle and it's going to be anecdotal. I'm just going off of the basis of what I see women speak about, you know, most of the time is always about, hey, you know, don't invest your time or your energy unless this man is investing his money and his time and his energy. So that's why I would say I wouldn't believe that you would see that many women who would be accepting of that.
That's fair. I just wanted to point out that it is a thing amongst certain groups. You have to step outside of the groups that's on the internet and listening to all of the philosophies that's being thrown around by bitter people, and actually be out looking for groups or going to groups of women that are actually open and looking to be a wife and not just have this strictly transactional relationship.
No, I definitely understand, Mr. Viz. It's like the same thing, right? When we say nobody goes to the club per se to find their mate, their boyfriend or their girlfriend, right? And that's the environment. If the environment is breeding hookups, then that's exactly what you're going to get. So it goes back to somewhat what you're saying. You have to put yourself in environments that would give you the best possibility of finding what you want. Is nothing is guaranteed, and I agree with all you men here. Nothing is guaranteed. You could do everything right, and it can still go wrong. You could do everything wrong, and maybe you might luck out and and get it right. But that's the chances and the risk that we take as just people in general dealing with other people. We don't really know what they're really about or what their true personality is and how they really handle themselves until time, right? You have to get the experience to actually know what you're dealing with. So that is just a problem with us when we're dealing with other individuals, really.
Viz, you couldn't even help yourself, could you? Hey, Chaotic, would you like to chime in on some of this?
Yeah, salute to you guys, man. JR,
Peace,
thanks for
peace.
having me back, man, and up. Salute to you guys. Haven't been over in a long time, man, but I've been in the bushes. I just saw the title. I just got done live streaming, so I might not exactly be on the exact topic right now. You guys are talking about Greg Mathis, correct? Currently, or okay?
Yeah, that was the gist of it. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the
I mean,
question?
that's what it started off, but
That's
it
what it
kind of
started
varies
off
to
with.
something else now.
You can broach it if you want.
Oh, I mean, so Greg Mathis is what, 64? They've been married for what, 30, 40 years now. I don't know, man. I think that well, I believe, maybe I don't know, man. He's not really old, so he can really pick up the pieces with someone new. But no, it was some infidelity, or he wasn't giving her enough time, or I mean, how does it? What exactly happened?
Mostly he wasn't around. That's the gist that we were getting. There could be
Yeah,
more.
yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I feel like I mean, from what I have, men are dedicated to a man like that is dedicated to his craft. He's dedicated to working, and a woman, particularly a woman of a certain age, has to, I guess, understand that. Now, I'm not gonna say she knew what she was getting herself into when they first got married. He was just a local attorney at the time, but somebody like that, man, you're that's a demanding schedule, man. If I'm not mistaken, he's still in TV, right? So yeah, I mean, when so it's a demanding schedule. So him begging to have her back on TV was a little bit kind of sus, but I don't know, man. It's really I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of guys like that, that's the reason why they are successful, man, because they didn't focus too much. They didn't focus too much on the peace sleeve, You know,
What makes
So
what
why do
makes
you why do you think he sounds sus? Because he was trying to get his wife back in.
oh no.
yeah.
I don't. Okay, I'm using it. Okay, I shouldn't have used that word. Not sus in that way. I meant like he sounds like a simp to a degree. You know, like
For his
begging.
wife?
Yeah, to a degree, man. It sounds like, oh, I hope she has me back, man. You know, I was like,
No,
oh,
man, we can't say that a man that's
yeah,
married
I
is
agree.
acting like a simp
Yeah,
because he
yeah,
wants his wife back, bro.
I agree. I
We
agree.
we gotta be careful with that, with throwing that word
I
around.
agree. But I do believe that a man, particularly a man who's not wealthy or not rich like him, should really just focus on themselves, man. Women come second, to be honest with you, man. And I've seen this before. I'm pretty sure we've all seen this before. A man is working, has a hobby. I mean, it's fun when you're in your early 20s and trying to get some coochie, but man, there's nothing like working on your craft as a man. So I guess a woman just has to understand that and keep it pushing.
Yeah,
That's just
but chaotic.
my
But
little take
chaotic.
on it. Yo,
At a certain part in your 60s, I'm not trying to grind like I used to do when I was in my 20s or
mm,
30s or even 40s. Matter of
yeah,
fact, I'm slowing down and I'm trying to enjoy the fruits of my labor. I'm not trying to go out here and do everything and all things at 60 something years old.
mm,
I'm not. Now maybe maybe you're motivated, chaotic for yourself. You
yeah.
willing to in your 60s to still grind out like that. Not I. And I think
Really.
most people in their 60s are not ready to grind. Matter of fact, they ready to enjoy the grandkids, you know what I'm saying? And
Mm,
enjoying the finer things in life that, because I did everything already. I'm trying to
mm,
relax a little bit. I'm trying to sit back and smoke a cigar, sip on a cold drink, you know what I'm saying? If that's what you're into, or a glass of Woodford Reserve. I'm
oh,
not
that's my
trying to
that's my drink. Yeah,
I'm not,
Woodford. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not trying to beat the pavement like I used to back in the days. And so I don't understand why, Judge Mathis is doing that, if that's what he's doing, but just my opinion.
And you made a good point, but when you look at like all the greats, right, that have come and gone in the last 25, 30 years, like look at a Steve Jobs.
Well, JR ain't shit.
You know, look at a Steve Jobs, man. Here goes a man, from what I've read and up about him, whether it's true or not, but I did read it. He was just dedicated, man. He was at the office, staying the night there sometimes, man, just pretty much living there. And I really believe that a man or me, it's a greater calling in life. And I rock with what you were saying. At 60, I guess you want to hang out with the grandkids, this, that, and the other. But I don't play video games. But what is it called? Like not a side character, like an NPC. To a degree, I feel like women and children are NPCs to a degree when you're in pursuit of something. And again, I'm not downplaying what you're saying, but I feel like a lot of men, man, they focus too much on women, and man, it's nothing like building something as a man, dude. That, in my opinion, But some people pride themselves on building up a family and being with their family all day. Not me.
No, so
That's just me though. Yeah.
chaotic. I
Yo.
absolutely agree with you. I
Mhm.
think that it is imperative that men have a goal in which they focus on and strive for to be and remain the best version of themselves. My only question to you is, do you want, well, one, how old are you?
Well, I'm 39.
Okay. Have you ever been married?
I'm married now. I'm currently married. Yeah.
Okay. So
Mhm.
so where's the influence of your perspective coming from?
Seeing old school men like my dad, um, I saw it growing up, man. Working on a craft. Even to this day, my dad is damn near 90, but he still keeps himself busy with work. He's
As you
not
should.
laid up. you know, under my mom all damn day. No, they watch TV. He sits around. He relaxes. Don't get me wrong. But I didn't see that growing up. I didn't. My mom and dad didn't Netflix and chill in front of us when we were kids. My dad was always busying himself with something, and to a degree, that's why he was always a jack of all trades. He knew how to build a deck. He knew plumbing. He knew electrical work. He knew, man. I'm talking about anything that needs to be fixed. He knew how to do it. And I noticed that a lot of guys in our generation that I've seen, millennials on down, I don't know anything about I think Gen Xers might have it to a degree, but I noticed a lot of millennials, man, don't know how to do nothing. And it's because they want to be laid up with a chick all damn day. I have a fraternity brother like that, man. You know, he's want to be laid up all day with a chick watching Netflix for 10, 15 hours. I'm like, I could listen, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, listen, it's nothing like the comfort of a woman, but man, it's more to life than a chick, man. It's, you know, you got to cultivate yourself as a man. And so I think that's what's probably happened with Greg Mathis. Speaking of Greg Mathis, though, did you guys hear that Oakley story about Greg Mathis? Charles Oakley? You guys got to look it up, man. Him and Charles Oakley almost got into a fight. It was, yeah, you should hear the story. It's pretty funny, but yeah.
No, but K-Dot, what you were saying is, look, I'm the man who tells dudes don't move off of what women do and what women say all the time. That don't make sense to me. I don't understand that. Look, as a man, you're gonna build yourself up and you're gonna grind down. But then there's got to be a period of time where you need to sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor, even if it's not with a woman. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's not with a woman, but you need to, you know, you did all that grinding early in your life for a reason. I'm not doing all that grinding just to continue to grind when I'm 70, 80, even like God bless your father at 90 years old, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Well,
I'm not.
Now,
I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm a Netflix and chill, but guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do what I want to do. When I want to do it, how I want to do it. I'm not gonna be moving and operate under the thumb of somebody else like that. No.
Man, damn, man, you're making good points, man. But the older I'm getting, man, the more I believe that a man should be almost like a robot. Of course, I don't have any kids, but a man should love his kids. He should love his wife. But I take the stance of Macaulay and Heat at this point, man. You know, and of course, not walking out on your kids, but hey, man, if it is, you know, if you got to go, you got to go because I'm working on something. So I worked under a judge name, and you could look this guy up. His name is Lance Mason. You know, I worked under a judge named Lance Mason. And he actually killed his wife, stabbed her to death. It's on YouTube. Stabbed her to death. And about 7 or 8 years prior to that, he had beat her damn near half to death, and he lost his judgeship. And the reason why I'm telling this story is because there's a lot of men who are. I get what you were saying, man, but you know they are so emotionally into a woman and attached, and you know, oh honey, whatever, you know, I feel like it weakens you as a man. Now that's just my opinion. And I look at this guy and I say, man, he ruined his life, his reputation, because he couldn't control his emotions. His wife should have been an NPC to him. So whether she wanted to leave him or because I believe she wanted to leave him, I forgot the whole. I don't want to mess up the whole story, but he was too attached to her. And yeah, you're supposed to be attached to your wife, but my idea is that hey, if my wife happens to leave one day, hey, so be it. And you're never gonna see me on TV. Oh, I hope she come back to me. Nah. It's 4 billion women on the planet, man. Hell nah. And it's an infinite amount of things to do. So I get what you're saying, man, but I've seen it before in my life, man. Guys who are just all up on a woman, and then something goes wrong, they hollering and screaming and cussing her out. It's too much emotion when you're cuddling with somebody. Yeah, it feels good when you cuddle and you know you're hunching up on each other, but sometimes I'm just like a robot, like a Vulcan almost now. Now that I'm older. So I get what you're saying, bro. You know,
I think taking that.
What you're talking about is somebody who's got 30 plus years in, and you don't
30 years, 40 years,
starting over it's not easy. Look, it's not easy, and I was just married for 12 years. It wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy thing, but I knew it was something I had to do because due to the situation. So
I guess it's easier for me to say it. I guess it's easy for me to say it because I've been going through it, right? But I get what you were saying. 40 years, 4 decades is a long time. They got married the year after I was born. Jesus, man. So I feel it, man. But I don't know, man. The older I've gotten, the more just robotic I've got.
I think that is kind of dangerous for men to take that robotic perspective. You then you're now taking the chance of bottling up emotions and disregarding emotions that you have as a human being. We could presume that the judge was taking on that same very mindset to the point where he just snapped. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, he could have potentially been already showing that he was abusive and nobody already knew it.
Yeah, there was allegations of that. It's funny that you said that. You're correct.
Yeah, so we have to pay attention to those patterns. I think the other part of it as well is that there are always going to be men, regardless of how often we do panels and podcasts and tell men not to do this and do that. There's always going to be men that does the opposite. There's always going to be men that do what they want to do. There are always going to be men that's going to grape women. There's always going to be abusers. That's always going to happen. The only thing that we can do is label them out, you know what I'm saying, so that people know what it is that they're getting themselves into. So I think that is I think that it's important for us to not to try to save those people, but save the ones that actually want a successful and healthy relationship and marriage in life. I do kind of agree with the NPC thought, but at the same time, when you take on a family and become a husband, that they're not just NPCs. They are now actual characters in this storyline, and whatever happens to them is going to affect your storyline.
I agree.
So I agree with what you're saying to an extent, but I also think saying it to a certain demographic of men could be hazardous to the extreme.
Okay. I have a rebuttal to that.
Yeah, I see it
bad.
marinating when chaotic, so I'm just thinking about that. But I mean, we talk about marrying when we're older, right? I think that when you reach a level of maturity, you're able to take on more responsibility as far as, your significant other and their children or whatever problems that they have. But I mean, personally, what I found during my process of elimination and finding my one was the fact that I had to find somebody who completely just wanted me and you know, uh, that's pretty much the only requirement that you should have in a wife. That wife has to want you, like, personally. They can look beyond all the things you do or don't have, and can tolerate all your imperfections because deep down there's something more that they value you for, that they want to stick with till the end of time, um, or beyond that, or until whenever that feeling changes, right? So I think in the vetting process, when we're talking about finding someone to, marry or take under your covering, there's a lot of considerations to be had. But the first one is, do they want you or do they just want the resources that you have? And that takes a long time to kind of sort through and vet out, because you have to talk about these what if scenarios. What happens if I don't have all this? Where are you going? What you gonna do? Am I included in that? Like, you know what I mean? You have to see where they are so that you can move together as a team. If they're only if their only concern is what happens to them and how they need to move and how they need to survive, that's a survivalist mode, right? That's not a family mode. That's not a we're in this together type of thing. That means we're in this temporarily until I use you for all the resources you got, and once you ain't got any, I'll move on to the next one. That's kind of like how, you know, viruses and parasites live. That's not a real marriage. So before I get into the real marriage, I want to go through the real process of vetting to where we're not, neither one of us are parasites, but we're both like we're all in this unit together, and everyone has to agree before we take that next step.
What's up, Kenny? What's up, man? What's on your mind, big brother? You look like you pondering, man. You thinking?
He meditating.
Nah,
Right
I'm
on.
listening to EBD because it always goes back to the numbers. When you say vet, you're just gonna take the first spoon of something that don't taste good to you, and then like, I'm gonna finish the whole bowl, or I'm gonna try a different product. And that's the message I've been trying to push. You know, make it remedial for certain people. I don't understand why it can't be consumed. Long time ago, worst deal that you could adhere to is marriage in this country. You have to be very wise as for how you approach it. How many stories that we looked at? Women, man on his cancer bed, she leaves him there. Man runs out of money, woman deserts him. The percentage of the richest women in the United States come from what?
You're worse than men.
So now, I'm just gonna not scrutinize most men that are in the top 20%. What was that? 25% make over 100K or something like that. You gotta worry.
I think it's 15%.
Okay. You gotta worry. I'm in that percentile. I'm an older man. I hit 52 this month. I haven't been in a position where I was blessed to have children, because the women that I have, and I'm not ashamed to say that they had abortions. They did not want to. Ended those relationships. Then I had the epiphany as for going through women like Viz did, that's not what I want in my life. And I come from trauma, so I attracted trauma. Most men won't say that. So you're attracting the wrong thing in your life. How can you make that a home? Then guess what's happening for this time? You're doing therapy. You're healing, but time is passing. Then you realize, hello? Then you realize what you want or what is required in your life so you can live a certain existence, coexisting with someone, understanding trade-offs and compromises, and trying to make a life for yourself that's happy. I will never submit or settle in my life if I look across the bed and I'm not happy to see who is there or feel the warmth against me. That's why I advocate for what I do, for the other brothers that go through trauma that need to hear this message. I will take the lashings. I will take women running off the panel, not saying goodbye. I will take women giving double talk, because those are the same women that we have to vet and go through to find that unicorn. So when the story gets convoluted and you choose to look for outcomes rather than, take your time with it. We're teachers. We have a message that we're conveying to the people that are listening to us. Good, bad, or indifferent. I don't want to be liked. Take the message. You don't have to go home to me. We've been given a panel where there's more than enough intelligence that can be parsed out to people. Take what you need. I may not agree with chaotic truth in that damn hat, and I've watched him long, and he espouses certain things. A bunch I don't agree with, but there's a bunch I do. Take the message. We're all responsible. Everybody want to be loved. There's a certain few that want to be recluses. Listen, if that's your existence and how you wish to play it out, hey, you're entitled to it. You do have choices. But these messages are highly important. If I watch Judge Mathis, I may not know his story, but let me just be optimistic. Maybe he didn't do all the right things. Maybe she didn't do all the right things. But a man is standing in front of the audience, which likes to boo more than ovate and clap for you when you do good. We're in a society that wants to see you fail so they can have something to feel good about because they're in that low place. Hence, misery likes company. So if I watch a man who is accomplished have to take lashes and say, I did something so he could protect his house and family, chaotic, I push back. I don't think that's simpish. Because if I had a woman that I'd love, I wouldn't do what Bob Marley did. I wouldn't let her stand in front of me and write a song about an ambush in the night. They would have to ambush me. We have a responsibility. And I land my plane there.
Guys, I got to roll out. Thank you so much, Kenny. I just want to say something before I roll out. Salute to you guys. Alternating current, Tesla coil, the induction motor, the radio remote control, the Tesla turbine, the neon lamp, X-ray technology, and hydroelectric power. These are all inventions from Nikola Tesla. If I can give Judge Mathis any advice, man, just work on yourself, man. Look at these are just a few examples of what this man did. Nikola Tesla never married, didn't dibble and dabble in it. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for this guy. It's gonna be hard for a lot of guys. But imagine what you can do when you don't have a nagging woman around you. That's all I gotta say, guys. Salute to you all. Positivity's coming your way, man. That's good being over here. I'm gonna come back a little bit more.
Bro, that's not positive, man. God damn.
No, that's very positive, man. Look at what this guy. Listen,
well played. Well played.
I am pretty sure the man who invented all that got some ass. Come on.
Let him live in a moment.
What did you say, Black Dragon?
I'm pretty sure a man who invented all of that got some ass.
No, he was, believe it or not, he was celibate for most of his adult life, man. Later part of his life, man. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, you know, every now and then you're gonna probably need to hunch up on some coochie, but hey, man, I'm telling you, man, it's nothing like peace and serenity. And I tell a lot of guys, man, hey, man, if you're single with nobody, man, just remain that way, man. Just build, just work.
Bro, are you happy in your marriage, bro?
Well, my marriage is perfect because I approach it like an NPC. It's just, it is what it is. It's
So
like a
why-
business.
But if that's the case, then you got to say it like that, because how you're saying it, you're making it sound. And this is just me not knowing you aside from just now.
Yeah.
How it sounds is that you're miserable with no peace or serenity in your marriage.
No.
That's how it sounds.
No. Not me, but what I'm saying is, did anybody ever watch? Did anybody watch? I know this is a fiction. This is a comic, but did anybody ever watch Seinfeld on the panel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember when George stopped having sex? He stopped, mixing and mingling with chicks, and he became really smart. Really smart. I'm telling you, man. Listen. I know this song, but see, this is for like younger people that are listening. This ain't for us. I'm telling you, man. No fap, celibacy, man. I would even argue, man. Don't even date for real, man. If you gotta pay for it every now and then, do that. But
Wait,
I'm just
so
saying,
you okay with tricking?
I
but
just,
you're not okay with
yeah.
You're okay with tricking, but not simping for your wife.
I support the game. But here goes the thing. I'm telling you, man. What if? Could you imagine if certain inventors, certain people who were trendsetters, were just laid up under a chick all day, hunching up on a chick all day? That's all I gotta say, man. Maybe it's something into that no fap movement. I don't know if you guys have heard of the no fap movement, the celibate movement, etc. Man, maybe it's something into that stuff, man. I don't know, man. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say, man. But salute to you guys, man. I'm out of here, man. Thank you guys so much, man.
All right, man. Be easy, bro. Right on.
I mean, I take the point that women are a distraction from a man's purpose, but
For
that's
sure.
only if your only goal is to obtain said woman. Now that you have the prize, you have to maintain her as the prize, and that becomes that man's purpose rather than him finding himself. So he gets lost in some woman. So I
Yeah.
understand the warning. However, I think the greater percentage of men have their purpose, woman or not, right? That's how most of us move. And whether or it'd be nice to have a woman, but women distract us from our purpose. That's just what they're kind of designed to do, right? From day to day, all the stressors that we may have to go through, the bullshit, the work, the workload. You're supposed to get off work, come from the war, and she's supposed to be that one that kind of takes off your armor, everything that you have to like wear in order to do your job. Like you're supposed to be in a complete different mindset. She's just supposed to make you feel at peace, relaxed, and can do everything in her power to make you, feel like a different sort of man at the house rather than at work.
Oh, I
So,
think
so EBD, let me ask you this: do you feel like that's what you have right now? This woman you dealing with in a relationship right now?
Yes.
Okay. So, with that being said, are you willing to continue to fatten the frog for these other snakes to eat?
What do you mean, like,
It's old country saying. So, if you got that in a woman you have right now, don't take the penitentiary chance and put her ass back out in the streets, and somebody else might find as a benefit that you didn't see, and get her and put a ring on and give her what she's looking for as far as a marriage. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or TMZ might walk up on you and you be looking like Judge Mathis.
Yeah, but I moved so everything
conversation,
so everything I've done so far was with intention now, right? I mean, I've done plenty of ratchet things like up until now. So now I've switched off this mode to where I'm at this stage where, all right, I've had all my fun. I've had plenty of stories to tell. But now, I'm on a different maturity level. I'm ready for, I've given up all the other women and settle on just the one. And it's not just anyone, it's the one I'm most familiar with that at any time we can take a ride to a certain part of town and go back 25 years later and remember the time when we were both sharing that same space. I don't have that with anybody. So we can live multiple lifetimes as teenagers and as adults. And we often reconnect with friends that knew us back then. So it's really a different type of relationship dynamic because I don't have to quote unquote get to know her. I've known her all along.
But the reason why I'm saying is because we've seen many of these shows. 90% of these shows, you're gonna see a guy upper expressing himself by the experiences that he had to deal with, right? The bad, the negative, the not so good experience that he had to go through, and that he's still going through because he's dealing with some of these women of the world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's not your problem. Sounds like, according to what listening to you, you're not dealing with that right now.
No.
But why?
And it's gonna stay that way.
And I agree. So if
Right.
you're not dealing with that right now, make sure you continue to do that for the rest of your life. That's what I'm saying. If her expectations is to marriage and you are okay with it,
yeah,
why not make that happen? Why not go down to K Jewelers, whatever jewelry store you choose to go to, pawn shop. I don't know. Maybe you need to go to a pawn shop and get a ring and make an honest woman of what they used to say back in the days. For us old folks like me, Viz, and Kenny's old ass.
Yeah.
Make an honest woman.
Bro, I'm the youngest one on here, man. I ain't old.
Yeah, I think it'll happen. I mean, it'll happen. It's just gonna happen on the terms where everybody's ready. I mean, it's gotta be something that I'm ready to do again because I've already been through it once. The fear is making the same mistake twice, rushing into shit just because it seems like the right thing to do. I just wanted it is the right thing to do, but there needs to be a right time.
Does it feel like it's the right thing to do for you right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to be a stable husband again because I know more now about what the role is, what it entails, my intention, rather than when I was before when I was 20 and I didn't have an understanding of the role or the world or how serious it really is.
For sure.
You know?
I say that to say
I
this.
would be.
I
Go ahead.
think
Go
that
ahead.
is. I say this. I say that to say this.
Mhm.
A wise man once said that there's no better time than the present.
Mhm.
So I think that if you feel as if it is right in this moment for you and you're set on that, then I think that you should go forward with it because
Yeah.
again, God forbid we don't know what comes tomorrow, what else may come, and the potential of you possibly losing this person. But of course, you won't lose something that's not for you, that is for you. But I think that it's still imperative to be able to make that decision um, and move forward. Some of the most successful people in life are ones that are able to make decisions when the time is most important. So I think that that's definitely something to think on. Now,
Yeah.
me personally, and a big reason why I did make it to number 4 in terms of the serious relationships is because I was always on the fence about making sure that this person is the one, because I don't want to go through the whole divorce thing and experience that. I want to be able to be one and done. So I personally took my time to make sure that, okay, I know I'm ready for this. I know that I'm happy with this person, and now is the right time for me to do it. So I think that it's important to look at that, because one of the previous women, I was on the fence. Man, I don't know if I should. I kind of feel like I'm not sure. And I was asking a lot of guys that were married, okay, well, how did you know? How did you know she was the one? And a lot of niggas was like, oh man, well, we've been together for 10 years and shit, I might as well. I ain't going nowhere else. So we got kids together. And it was every reason as to why I would not want to do it. You know what I'm saying? So once it made sense to me, then it was like, shit, fuck it. I'm gonna pull the trigger on it. So it all varies from person to person, from man to man, what your wants, desires, needs, so on and so forth. But I think that if all of the boxes are being checked, then shit, pull the trigger.
Well, let me put that knife in deeper, EBD. I'll
Yeah,
come
go
to
ahead.
terms. Sipping some brown liquor that I may never find what I'm looking for. I may have spent all my cards, played all my spades. If you have the ability, you took the time to point out all the things that made this person someone who mattered in your life, and the steps that you took which made you closer, because it is something big if you take a woman and her brood and wish to make them yours. That's a large undertaking. That means either you're foolish or either you really love this woman. Your biggest fear is that leap of faith, holding hand to hand with her and jumping off that cliff. Be brave, fail forward. You already been through the steps that showed you what wasn't working. You already have the instruction. You're a smart and intelligent man. I've been on more than enough panels with you, and I see how you break down your introspection, how weighing how you think. That I say that brother's all right. Fear not, man. Worst case scenario, I could be that guy in the park sipping Ripple, all alone with dirty boots, playing checkers with other suckers that didn't make it. Don't ever have that resentment in your heart, and you got somebody that's willing to walk with you. You already said she a good woman, and she loves you. You ain't got no excuse not to hold her hand and cleave her and make it happen. Don't be on the other side. No matter how I rage and talk, I could be that dude on Sugar Hill putting a needle in my arm, looking for a quiet way out. Love intentionally. You only get a couple chances.
Yeah.
Then it's over. You my brother. Nobody can't force you into nothing. If you say you love her like you do, take her. Make her yours. I digress.
Oh, you're on mute, Jared.
All right, one of Cam Mama's baby mamas, she spoke out the video about the dynamic, and I guess she wanted to get married to Cam, but Cam had another baby.
So after Chosen, which he was born in 2015, I had 4 more kids. No, I'm sorry. I had 3 more kids after him because it's a total of 5. So it would be Shakira, Chosen, and then once I started with Chosen, it's stair steps. So it was every year I was pregnant for 4 years straight. So I have Chosen, Sovereign Dior, Midas, and then Cashmere. So yes, it's a total of 5. Looking back at it, I say I don't know how I did it, but hey, I love all my kids, and yes, I definitely did that. But I was pregnant for 4 years straight. Yes, which is kind of crazy, but yeah, I wanted to focus on my career and get something going for myself. And then I ended up pregnant with Cashmere. And then that's when I went through a public breakup, and that was that. And then me and my partner, we separated. So I'm a single mom of 5. 5 kids later, people always ask, oh, why are you, like, what happened with your marriage? Or like, why you're not in a relationship? And I always say I was never married, but the relationship, I thought it was going towards marriage. And then my partner at the time had an outside baby. And he kind of wanted to force it on me, and I wasn't really ready to. I mean, I don't really know how to describe this or talk about this. He had a baby outside of our relationship that I was not okay with, and we were not married. So I'm like, if I'm not about to deal with this, because I thought what we had was something way more special than the way you're treating it. And I felt like I had no choice but to leave. I had to choose me and my kids over what he was about to put me through. So here we are. I think the kids are great. Like, they're in a great space. I don't know. I just try to make sure that they don't go without and that they're good mentally. And we have a great co-parenting schedule. Like, we do good with co-parenting. I feel like we do the best we can, and we make it work. We make it work for the kids. It has definitely been a work in progress, and I feel like it should get better with time. Just give it time. I feel like everything always gets better with time. You know, as long as the parents are good in a good place, then the kids will be good. So as long as they see a healthy relationship, I feel like that's the best thing you can do. Because the co-parenting schedule, we do week on and week off. We switch every Sunday. It's like I have that free week to myself where I can focus on what Kia wants to do and create all of these things for Kia. Like, I started a beauty line, I started this YouTube channel, and I have so many more projects that I'm working on. And I have the time to actually do these things. I'm just so excited, and I feel like nothing's gonna hold me back now, because I'm finally at a good place in my life. I did a lot of healing. My kids are older. Cashmere will be 5 in the end of September. So I'm just excited for me and everything that I have to come.
So I don't know, JR, you remember when I was with Cher, like she's at fault because she didn't let it be known that marriage is an expectation for her. She waited till 3 to 4 or 5 kids in. Now you expecting that from him. Now, I told you once before, ladies, men will play house as long as you let them. Until you put that expectations in the forefront. You know, maybe by the first, third date, let it be known your expectations is marriage. We're going to do what we can to continue to get that ass. And that's what he did. He did what he needed to do to continue to get that ass. To the point of ass where he gave you 5 damn, well, no, I think he gave up 4 kids, right? I think 1 kid wasn't his. Regardless, he did what he needed to do, continue to get ass. Continue to get your attention, strung you along like he should have did because marriage wasn't his priority. It wasn't seemed like nobody's priority in that situation. It wasn't till late on down the line where you 5 kids in, now you looked at some type of way. Now, well, shit, I might as well get married. Man, no. You should have expected that when you first started getting with that man and let it be known. This is what you want. Don't expect him to all of a sudden do it now. That's not his priority. And if you had a conversation with him, you would have found out early. It was never his priority.
To get knocked up for 4 years straight is insane. And then expect and then probably didn't even put the pressure on them after the 4th one to get married. So yeah, that's although I don't agree with what Cam is doing, but that's she got to take responsibility for that because it ain't one of those issues where most men would say, oh, well, I don't have the money right now to get married. I'm not stable. I'm not financially stable. Whatever. Cam been in the game for a long time. So if he wanted to really marry her, he would have did that the first year after the first baby. So, and she knew that, but you know, we got to play the we got to play the role where of course, you know, no accountability is usually taken. So
Living together ain't playing, ain't marriage, Shan. I know it is for y'all ladies in 2024. Y'all think that's a marriage? No. You playing house. And we'll play house with you as long as we can. Because at the end of the day, we know we could pick up and get the fuck on. Because ain't nothing tied us to you like that. Now, if that's what you want to do, we'll do that. To the end of our days. I'm telling y'all the game. Y'all better wake up and recognize. We will do it. And won't feel anything if we get up and walk away. We won't. Now, if you require marriage, now you calling us to the carpet. Now you putting a mirror in our face. Now we got to make a decision. Just like I told EBD. Is he willing to walk away? Because this woman requires marriage from that man. Is he willing to walk away and not continue to play house with this woman? He answered the question. I ain't got to repeat his answer. He know what his answer is. Ma'am, that lady, she didn't do that. She didn't require that from the giddy up. So how you going to fault this man? How you going to be mad at this man? You didn't require that. So if he didn't require that, that man going to do what he feels like he needs to do. I'm going to provide for you. I'm going to take care of you. But I'm not going to put a ring on it. Because that ain't what you asked for.
Shantae said, no, she said that because it makes sense that she got pregnant if they sexing all the time, living cooch.
Both of them at fault.
Shan, bring your crazy self back and defend yourself, woman.
both both parties at fault. She's in with the man with means, and she's allowing him to have his way. He truly doesn't respect her. That's why he moved on to something else. And as long as Hank said it, as long as you allow somebody to do something, they're gonna do it. And the doc called him out pulled his whole card because he did say he wanted more. So when she says that you're going to cause more fractured homes by being selfish, she is right. You got 4 kids. One, okay, maybe in or out, depending, from this lady. And you don't want to marry her, but you keep doing it. That's nefarious behavior. Then you move on to other women and you do it with them. And then now you get called out on your show and you look completely uncomfortable because I counted how many times he set up body language, which is the greatest part of communication. And she should have not set up the disclaimer. I respect you. I this, I that. Just say it. Because Cam is what Cam is. That's not the respectable part about him. That you are causing fractured home because you're a man of means. You big in Atlanta. You big or wherever you is. You got the fellowship. But then you truly don't respect women. Because if that was my daughter that you did that to, I'd feel some type of way. EBD, Hank, OG, welcome. That's not the type of behavior that you would want somebody to exude and use your daughter for. And then discard her and move on to the next because she's in a win-win. She hit the lottery ticket. Those kids are not going to go without. She can easily set up a structure where those kids will get taken care of. She can ask for X amount of dollars. She'll be fine as long as she makes wise decisions until they get to the age when, the faucet get turns off. But what does that say about you as a woman? Cam, you got called to the carpet and you had to tuck tail no matter how you spun it with all the intellectual feedback that you gave back. You were sitting on that couch looking stupid. I digress. Welcome, OG.
Peace and love, and always strive for the truth. Thank you. What I hear in this is what I have seen so much of. And me making the same errors of that I hear. What's going on, Hank?
What's up, OG?
You got it. What's going on, Black Dragon?
What's up, sir?
All right. And I see the main host is off camera right about now, but I know he's doing some things. But anyway, I made this mistake myself, and this is, I guess, this is what I call the 60-40. 60 for the woman if she has to bring that child in the world, and she has the decision of bringing that child in the world or not bringing that child in the world. 40% of it because the guy himself. The main problems of all this right here is money can't stop children from suffering. The balance of life, the way it should be. And I see a lot of people who have a lot of money and they got bad health, and money don't do them any good. So that's the physical part of it. But nobody talking about the mental part of it that the children might be going through, not having the true balance. It's good that a co-parent, but I look how somebody explains something, tells me the lesson that they learned. And I listened to her very careful when she started off. She started trying to shift it. But if you put your shoes on and put your socks on, after you put your shoes on, then you try to explain that you did something correctly. You didn't. She didn't do anything. She didn't do it correctly. But she tried to shift it on him by saying that it was serious. She thought it was serious. Well, if it was serious, you would have did it in the right way. So I can't be up here with accusing spirit because I just said to myself, that I did the same thing. It's a learning experience, but I wouldn't have had to explain it the same way she explained it. And that shows me she didn't really take accountability of what she brought to the table. And I never put all the blame on the women, due to the fact is she didn't do it by herself, so she can never be considered totally responsible for it. And that's why I call it the 60-40. So I listened to her, and I listened to the situation, and we have to be very careful how we look at people who are into show business or people who are in the limelight. And just as you say, them children will be taken care of for the rest of life, because usually women, when they have 4 kids in a row, it's not by the same guy. So we have to use the examples that is around us versus someone who may be in entertainment, because they thought patterns is so different. I stayed in the business for 35 years, and I know the thought patterns of the entertainers in any football, basketball, sports, acting, comedian, they thought patterns is different. Yeah, they bring themselves to it, but you got to understand they think just a little different. You know what I mean? I don't think, and I'm just being honest, I don't think any woman that I know have had 4 children by the same person that she thought she was gonna get married for. It usually, 2 fathers, 3 fathers, something like that. So we have to be very careful how we look at other people's example, because I heard earlier about Tesla, and this person didn't have that person. We got to be honest, people. Everybody is not created to be a discoverer of Tesla. Everybody's not born to do something that you would consider as a game changer for life. It could just be a game changer for him and his family. So we got to be very careful how we use examples of people who have extraordinary talents that God gave them, and try to use that as an example why we should be doing something versus somebody else doing something. Hell, I seen janitors when I was going to school, decent men, come to work every day and do a good job, a hell of a job, raise his family and turn out some of the most beautiful children in the world. So we got to be very careful how we use people in the limelight situations, because we could be not only receiving the information wrong, but we could be giving the information wrong out.
I
Okay.
appreciate it, OG. You about to say something in the Black Dragon?
Yeah, just to speak on the video real quick. I mean, as far as her having 4 children, or them having 4 children, I mean, if I think that when we are looking at it from the average man standpoint, of how we perceive the nuclear family and structure, and to be just man, woman, and children, I think that what I've noticed is that when you start climbing the social ladder, or when you start having wealth or access to wealth, like in different classes, rules change to benefit them, right? They don't really live in or exist in the same universe that the rest of us do. Like marriage and divorce, and the reasons why, when you're talking about millionaires or business owners, CEOs, or upper class, um, they're more likely going to work on their marriage because they're both business interests, and interests that's beyond just their persona, right? They have an image to protect. So when we're talking about marriage, and we're talking about one stepping out or the other stepping out, they may already have discussed and agreed upon what is or what isn't going to happen in a relationship, that may seem counter to our beliefs of what, vetting and marriage and child rearing should be. But for people who have like Nick Cannon money or Cam Newton money, I mean, if they want to have children, or multiple children, such as 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, or 10, extreme numbers, but by today's standard, we're not all farmers anymore, but they have the wealth and the means to do so, to live, to not only seek this dream out of their lineage, but in passing on their wealth and their privilege, they probably want to leave it in as much of their control as possible, which would be through their children. So, I mean, I think there's that aspect as well. Think about it. If you're a billionaire and you have one child, I mean, you're putting everything that you ever worked for in the hands of one person versus five, six, or seven, or doing anything for the community per se. So it might be from another aspect of giving back to the community, making sure that the wealth stays in the most trusted hands that's been accrued by people who have these kind of means. It might be that too.
All right, can you guys hear me okay? All right. We'll go ahead and get this super chats out the way, man. This might be risky. 999 says, dope panel. Salute JR, CT, Hink, EBD, and everyone else. Big Ant. $10 says, ever since EBD broke up with Sukiana, he has really evolved. I'm proud of him. Big Ant, $10 says, Kenny said, if that was your daughter, you would feel some type of way. Why? Is it because it make you look like the father you are in, not giving her the foundation to choose better? Thank you, everybody that's contributed to the platform. I'm about to go ahead and close the stream. I appreciate you, OG. And to the Black Dragon, Ikene. Thank you guys for coming up. I want to thank the panel that was originally here. Appreciate everybody. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Yo.